You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you straight to Kia Center, where officials with the Indoor Football League, IFL, are announcing a new team in Orlando. I shouldn't say a new team. It is a team that has been in the league relocating to Orlando, but certainly a new team for us here in Central Florida. The Massachusetts Pirates now becoming the Orlando Pirates, starting with the 2026 season. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues.
There and check it out, and yeah, but thank you so much for coming. You know, I hope you guys have fun, and we look forward to mingling with you and getting to know you, and you know, being a part of this great city, man. Let's have some fun, you know, and thank you again.
If the media has any questions for Coach or anyone that's on the stage, this is the time.
City beautiful. Any questions? I hand it to Jawad.
No, I've talked enough. Yeah, it seems like we're good. You know, if you'd like an interview or anything or a question, you know, we'll obviously hang around here. But, you know, we got some food and drinks at the back if you want some. We got a bunch of merch for you to take home. I know I didn't pack them all up and bring them all here to stay here. So, you know, take them home. You know, we got footballs, we got hats, we got T-shirts, you know, so make sure that's all gone by the time we get out of here. So it's all for you. It's free at the end of the day, you know, and yeah. So, you know, if you got questions, we're here. If you want to do interviews, we're here. And thank you again. You know, we appreciate it. So thank you.
All right, I thought there might have been some questions there at the end of that news conference, but that is a live look inside the Hourglass Ballroom at Kia Center. Kia Center is where the Orlando Pirates will call home. Let me give you a live look right now at the Kia Center. This is a new indoor football league team that is coming here. Again, they were previously in Massachusetts, and actually let me show you this live picture back in the ballroom, because you can see the trophy there and a little bit of a look at the helmet and some of the logos as well for the Orlando Pirates. They will be playing games at the Kia Center, and actually in that news conference just a couple of minutes ago, we learned that a couple of the games will be on national TV as well, June 21st and July 5th, a couple of Pirates games that will be on national TV. So Indoor Football League, the Orlando Pirates, they announced some of the rebranding, showed the logo as well. And let me see if I can pull that up for you on social media to give you a little bit of an idea of what that looks like, since you are seeing one of the logos as well. I'm trying to get you the one where you can see the mascot on there. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. But again, this is a team that has been in the league and is going to be relocating. This is the website for the Massachusetts Pirates. To give you an idea, they did update the logo a little bit, make some changes to it, kind of maintaining some of those similar colors, though. So a lot of excitement for that. They also showed the updated branding for their dance team, which they're calling the Orlando Sirens. So a big announcement there at Kia Center, and we will have more for you from that news conference coming up in just a little bit. We will play some of that for you. So we heard there from the coach, the players, the man who was kind of emceeing that is Jawad Yateem. He is the founder, the CEO, and the GM of the Orlando Pirates. So we will certainly talk more about that as the day goes on. A couple of other things we are tracking kind of at this hour, 11 a.m. Here. We just heard from the Attorney General James Uthmeier a little bit ago in Tampa, holding a news conference announcing the rescue of 122 kids. They're saying it's the largest child rescue mission in history. 122 children rescued from a number of different locations across the state of Florida. We will get you to that news conference coming up in just a little bit, where we did hear from Attorney General Uthmeier talking about what happened here and the different situations involved. It also resulted in 6 arrests, so there are charges expected as a result of this operation. So we've got a lot to get to today. We also, at 11:30, are going to be talking with Tim Walters for our Monday morning quarterback segment, where we take a look at the football weekend that was at every level of play here across the Sunshine State. But we begin by following up on a story that broke last night, and that is a boat crash in Brevard County. 7 people injured after a boat crashed into rocks at a port across from Jetty Park at around 6:20 p.m. yesterday. So this happened yesterday evening. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what we know about that today.
This video we got on scene. We were out here and it was a very active scene. This is one of the videos we got of the boat after it was taken out of the water. Our crews watched as investigators went around the boat with flashlights taking pictures of it. We also have this video of an ambulance arriving on scene. A viewer, Carson Sims, sent us video of a helicopter searching the water. Officials thankfully say that everyone has been accounted for. Now deputies say the boat crashed into the rocks into the port across from Jetty Park just before 6:30 last night. We're told 7 people were injured and taken to the hospital. According to the Canaveral Fire Rescue, 4 of those were trauma alerts. Now, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office says the FWC will be taking the lead on this investigation. At this point, we still have no idea what caused this boat crash, who was on the boat, and also how old those victims were.
Yeah, still a lot of questions about that. We were following up on that today. Hope to have some more answers for you later today on Fox 35 News Plus and on Fox 35 News. Meanwhile, it is back to business as usual, or at least that is the hope at airports across the country today. The FAA mandated cuts on flight capacity, or not flight capacity, but air traffic capacity, going to be gotten rid of. It was cut initially 4%, then went up to 6%, with the plans of keeping the reduction up to 10% of flights because of air traffic controlling staffing issues amid the ongoing government shutdown. Shutdown is now over, and we heard it would be potentially a little bit of time before things got back to normal, but starting this morning actually, the FAA's cuts on flight reductions were nixed. So Fox 35's Marley Capper was out at Orlando International Airport earlier today to see how things were going there.
Typical busy Monday morning here at MCO, and as of 6 a.m. all flights are resuming to business as usual. The 6% reduction that we saw across 40 major airports in the U.S., including MCO, is no longer. A joint statement issued Sunday night from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and FAA Administrator Brian Bedford reads in part, quote, "The FAA safety team recommended the termination of the order following their detailed reviews of safety trends and the steady decline of staffing trigger events in air traffic control facilities." Officials also noting, quote, "The current data aligns with staffing conditions before the shutdown."
I just wish this could all be avoided. I don't know why we have to go through this over and over again in this country.
With the holidays around the corner, travelers are happy that things will be getting back to normal.
I'm glad that it ended before Thanksgiving. I've got family coming into town. Looks like they'll be able to make it here.
I know many travelers share those same sentiments. They're hoping it'll be smooth sailing for the holiday season. So far today, we've only seen a few delays, which is great compared to what we've seen the past few weeks. So far, no cancellations today. Secretary Duffy says moving forward, he's going to be really focusing on revamping equipment and making sure they're hiring more air traffic controllers.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, more of this. I mean, this is nice. Beautiful weekend, beautiful start to the week.
Absolutely. It's going to be like this for the better part of the next 2 weeks, taking us right into Thanksgiving. Before, there could be some changes on the horizon. There's always changes, right? Like this beautiful scene from the beach right now at Daytona, where it's currently in the 70s and the water looks really, really nice. The tide is out right now. There's a live view from the port. The sun is shining bright. The morning fog has long since burned off, and we've got a beautiful afternoon ahead with 81 in the Villages today, 81 in Kissimmee, and about 79 in Melbourne. Maybe a touch cooler around Daytona Beach at 77. Overall, this is really top 10 weather with low humidity. And this warm weather will be with us straight through the weekend into next week for the better part of the next 10 days. Keep in mind the end of next week is Thanksgiving. So it's not this week, but it's 10 days from today. And at that point, it looks like we'll be under the influence of this ridge of high pressure, a very warm upper level ridge, which will keep things here absolutely delightful, if not skewing toward kind of hot, where you have the AC on at times. But in the long range forecast, as we turn the calendar to December 1st, we could see a real surge of cold air coming down from high in the Arctic. This is a what if situation. Remember, this is about a 14-day forecast subject to change, but there's been a persistence among our long range computer models to suggest that there's going to be a really interesting event happening in the stratosphere over the Arctic that will lead to the polar vortex, that region of counterclockwise rotating Arctic air just spilling off of the North Pole toward the lower 48. Does it get to Florida? We'll see, but it does look like this pattern is a possibility, and if it happens, we could see a repeat of what we had last week with that really cold weather with lows below freezing and highs in the 50s to around 60 degrees. So if you're a fan of that cooler weather, you may have some luck ahead. But in the meantime, it's all about the heat miser winning the battle right now. If you remember that movie, The Heat Miser. Yeah, winter chill may lay ahead, but until then, you see where we have the reds and the oranges? That's above normal weather. That's a temperature departure of some 7 to 10 degrees straight through Thursday, November 27th. Now, our average high is 78, so that'll put us about 83 to 87 degrees for highs. It's not going to be muggy, but it will be warm during the afternoons. And then if this pattern holds, we may go on the flip side where suddenly things are 10 to 20 degrees below normal, and that would give us those daytime highs in the 50s and 60s for a full-on pattern shift, polar opposites Florida-wise, as we head into the month of December. So we'll see. We still have a lot of time to talk about it, but just to illustrate how quiet of a weather pattern this is, we're not just talking about the next 7 days. We're looking way ahead to see if there are any changes on the horizon. Now, I know you may be thinking, oh yeah, December, might be colder, and it's also going to be hotter in July. Well, you'd be right, but there are some specific atmospheric processes that may make the cold weather especially cold, especially for the northern tier, way more so than it would typically be this time of year or this early. In the meantime, low to mid 80s as far as the eye can see. Yeah, Garrett, it gets pretty wonky, but there's something called a sudden stratospheric warming that can occur, and in a sort of counterintuitive way, that can lead to Arctic air spilling southward into Canada and the U.S.
Interesting. Cold weather, not something that we always like talking about.
No, not in Florida at least.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you this live look at downtown Orlando. We will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is speaking right now at a food allergy forum, speaking live now, answering some questions and talking a little bit about that. So we are monitoring that. I also want to get you live back to Kia Center right now, where we are hearing from some Orlando area officials talking about the impact of the IFL coming here. So let's go ahead and listen in as we hear from Jason Siegel with the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. He may actually be wrapping up there. So we've just had some bad timing with the Orlando Pirates this morning. So we will bring you some of that coming up in just a little bit. But let me go ahead and get you back to this food allergy forum where RFK Jr. is speaking right now.
poison vaccine because the science suggests that aluminum alone will not cause allergies, but there are but when it's combined with a protein, if it's a latex protein or a dairy protein or a peanut protein, that's when you get this heightened immune response. But in the 1990s, there were a lot of anaphylaxis cases suddenly exploding in Japan, and they traced it to gelatin in the live virus vaccines and the MMR vaccines and some of the other vaccines they had over there. And by 2000, they had removed it all, and the anaphylaxis dropped dramatically. And so, I think we do have human models where you can look at you can look at sort of broad allergic reactions that take place across an entire society that are linked to the vaccine schedule. And there's no question about the size. There's all kinds of studies done on the Japanese example. And so it's just another piece of evidence in the puzzle that, we are now going to put together at NIH and at the other agencies and figure out exactly what is causing this.
Well, we're so grateful for your leadership and for the beginning of putting the puzzle pieces together. So thank you so much, Secretary.
Thank you.
That is Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wrapping up some of his remarks at the Food Allergy Fund FAF 2025 Leadership Forum. They were talking about some research initiatives and a number of other things there. We are going to continue to monitor that. Some other officials as well expected to speak there at that event. So we will get you back there if news warrants. So we're keeping an eye on that this afternoon. Jumping ahead here, keeping an eye on that this morning. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break, though, here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It was a heartwarming sight over the weekend to see the return of Ethan Pritchard. He is a football player at Florida State University. He is a Seminole High School grad, and he returned home to Sanford over the weekend and was greeted by a number of people just holding up signs celebrating his return. He had been in rehab and in a hospital, recovering from a shooting that happened in the Panhandle. In a case of what police say was mistaken identity. He was not the intended target, but certainly got caught in the crossfire and spent 3 months trying to recover from that before he was able to come back home over the weekend. Crowds of people, again, lined the streets. They had signs, they had banners, they had all of that. And we also had the chance to speak with Ethan Pritchard after he returned back home.
Really, this is a real moment right now. Like, I don't even know how to feel right now. Like, it's a good thing, though, to be able to come back to my city where I was born and raised at. So it's always a good feeling.
When you drove through downtown, you saw all those people with your numbers and the colors. What did it mean to just see that, and did you expect that?
No, I didn't expect that. They told me I was getting an escort, but I ain't expect it to be like this, though.
Yeah, and then now you're home. What did you do when you first got home? Who embraced you first? And
really, everybody you see out here.
Yeah.
I just got home, so really everybody you see out here right now.
Since this happened, I talked to a lot of people about you, me and Stuart, and a lot of us, and they just say you're humble. And you know, when you're achieving the success that you've achieved, it's so easy to like get ahead of yourself, but it seemed like you always been humble, and it seemed like it's kind of returned on you in a good way, because you never know when the tables turn. How did it feel like when you had your tough moment that all the people that you were humble to during your success gave you that love in return?
I live by something. You get in what you put out, or you put out or you get in what you put out. So that's what I live by. So I was always giving out happiness, loveness, and everything. So it ain't no surprise to me that I'm getting that back from my city.
I talked to some of those high school players on your old team now. They say you're an inspiration for what you did before all this.
Yeah.
And now you're inspiring them in a different way. What would you tell people about what they can do if they just put their mind to it?
Well, you can do anything you put your mind to. So don't let nobody ever tell you can't do nothing. And always stay prayed up.
What do you want to say?
Well, Ethan, know that this has not just been an easy journey for you.
Yeah.
Ever since you got into the hospital, people have been wearing number 9, Boki Strong. How did that help your recovery, seeing that your community had been rallying for you?
I just say that really motivated me to go harder every day. Just seeing like everybody wearing my jersey back home, yeah, that really motivated me.
What do you want to say to everyone who has been praying for you for all of this time, just praying for this moment when you could finally be home?
I appreciate all the love and all the support. I can't ask for nothing better.
You holding it together, but I feel the emotion, man. How you feel like just emotionally?
I feel good.
Yeah. Who we here with? Point them out. Who we got? Who here? Who we got?
Sister, older sister. That's my other sister. And then where my daddy at? And then where my other sister at?
Who's the little man trying to take your interview away?
This is my nephew right here.
Man, these are people there.
Yeah, that's all my
What about the neighbors? How long y'all lived over here? A long time? A few years?
5 years.
5 years? What's the neighborhood like? I see they decorated and did it all.
It's nice out here. It's real quiet.
Good.
You know.
Yeah, for sure.
You just get back home. What are some of the first things you're ready to do?
Really, first though, I'm ready to knock out this rehab first. That's what I'm ready to do. Then after that, probably go see all my people.
And you mentioned rehab. What does that look like for you right now?
5 days a week, starting actually tomorrow. So once I get my legs back working, it's over with.
Did they tell you what estimated time frame where you could get that?
The next couple months. So y'all definitely see me walking before Next March.
Wow. We can't wait.
I knew it.
Yeah.
All right.
Ethan, congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Awesome. Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much.
y'all.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man. Appreciate it, man. We happy you here, man.
Yeah, for real.
Happy you here, man. Happy you here. God is able,
Thank you
man.
so much, man.
You know what? Let me ask you a question. Just one more. About faith. What element did faith play into this? Like, you know, like I know you say stay prayed up. Tell me about faith and how God really got you through, mentally and physically.
Really, like once I woke up out of the hospital, like, I was praying almost every day. Then my sister, them, just all my people, them, they would send me like little prayers and stuff just to read, just to keep me up, like just to make sure I wasn't never down. So I really just say that.
Yeah, certainly glad he is doing okay. There were some times where they wondered if he would be able to return home, but he has made that recovery, continuing with the rehabilitation process. But good to see him back home now in Sanford. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk a little football here. A lot of exciting games over the weekend. Some good wins for some Florida teams as well. A lot of things to talk about as we take a look back at that Florida football weekend that was in the segment we like to call Monday Morning Quarterbacking. So we bring in Tim Walters, who's the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. Tim, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right. Always a pleasure to be here, Garrett. Thank you.
Let's jump right in here and start. You've got a few standouts for us at the high school level.
Yeah, we had the playoffs for the FHSAA began last Friday, and they certainly didn't disappoint. I've got some great players to talk about, and they're all over the state, which is nice. So we're going to start over on the Central East Coast in DeLand. There's a two-way senior standout named Marcellus Carey. This guy had an incredible game. He had 217 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 3 pass breakups, and helped his team win 70-21 over Creekside. Now, DeLand, they are 11-0, and they're the #1 overall team in the FHSAA's final regular season rankings. So a really good team, and they are led by a senior that did it all on both sides of the ball. So I wanted to start by saying congratulations to Marcellus Carey, and good luck next week to DeLand.
Yeah, a great game. He's having a great year. You've got another high school standout for us down in Port Charlotte.
Yeah, down in Port Charlotte, we have Logan Flaherty. He threw for 3 touchdowns. He ran for 2 more, and he helped Port Charlotte end Dunbar's season. He had 11 of 15 passes, so nice and efficient, 174 yards and 3 touchdowns. Rushed for 72 yards on 11 attempts. So over there on the West Coast, congratulations to Logan Flaherty and Port Charlotte. Another great game there to spotlight.
And finally, let's. I know you also have a team highlight from the high school level.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is an interesting one. So Spanish River, which is a school in Boca Raton down near South Florida, they opened in 1983. So what's that? Roughly, not great at math, but 42 years ago, let's say. They have never had a playoff win until this past Friday. So congratulations to Spanish River for walking off with a 25-yard field goal to get their first win, 23-21 over Davie Western. And that's in 7A. I mean, look, that's a big classification, hard place to play, especially down there in South Florida. So Spanish River overcoming those demons, and congratulations to Coach Nick LaSala, who led the team, snapped a 25-year district championship drought, and helped the program get its first playoff win. So congratulations there to Spanish River.
Hey, if you're going to get a first playoff win, that's the way to do it, right? Do it in style with a walk-off field goal like that.
Absolutely. I don't know if I was a parent of any of those kids, if I could have taken that, watching that field goal until it went through those uprights.
All right. Now talk about the college level. Who is your standout from the weekend?
Yeah, anyone watching that Florida State game saw or heard the name Deuce Robinson over and over again. He had 134 yards receiving on 6 catches and a touchdown. That's a 22.3 yard per catch average. And what's more, he had 134 yards. His quarterback threw for 189 yards. So that means Thomas Castellano, 71% of his completion yards went to one receiver in Deuce Robinson. And look, Florida State, one more game, they win, and they become bowl eligible. They're now 5-5. They play NC State, and they also play Florida coming up. So you think they could probably get one more win out of those 2 games. If not 2, you never know. Florida's struggling. NC State got trampled this past weekend. But congratulations to Deuce Robinson and the Florida State Seminoles. 134 yards. Really good night for him.
Yeah, that was a good one, that's for sure. Now take us to the pro level. Who stood out this weekend from Florida's NFL teams?
Yeah, I love it when I can spotlight somebody on defense. And, Josh Hines-Allen this past weekend became the all-time franchise leader in sacks for the Jaguars. He has 56 sacks now. He had been tied with Tony Brackens for a couple of weeks, so we had been waiting for him to get over that hump. Brackens had 55 in his career, and now Josh Hines-Allen has 56. Now, if you look at Josh Hines-Allen, he was drafted number 7 overall in 2019. He's a young man, 28 years old. He's only in the second year of a $150 million contract, so he'll be in Jacksonville for several more years to come. So I expect for him to continue to pile onto that record. And if you've ever seen Josh Hines-Allen in person, I talk about this guy a lot. It looks like he has been handed down from Mount Olympus. He's just chiseled. He's like 6'4", 6'5", weighs 265 pounds. If he was running at me and I'm a quarterback, I'd probably just lay down on a ball on the ground. But, 56 times in his young career, he's got a lot more to go.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing, I think, is that this is just the beginning of what is likely to be a long NFL career, and so we love to see him continuing to have all that success. He is certainly a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice to see the Jags pick up that win yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just so weird when you see them losing to these backup quarterbacks and, Davis Mills and Jake Browning. And then they beat Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy. And, they beat the Chargers yesterday with Justin Herbert. It's just such a bizarre thing. So they better be on upset alert because they're going to Arizona next week. They're going to be playing Jacoby Brissett, who threw for about 450 yards yesterday as a backup quarterback for the Cardinals. Kind of scares you when you see the Jaguars heading into that type of thing. But, all they got to do is stop Brissett because I think the Cardinals yesterday had like 35, 36 yards rushing. So they're not going to run the ball on you. So, Jaguars still clinging to that playoff spot. Big win yesterday. And congratulations to Josh Hines Allen.
All right, so a lot of good standout performances from this weekend. But let's talk about what has you scratching your head. And we're staying close to home for this one.
Yeah, so UCF, now look, I wasn't expecting them to beat Texas Tech. I don't think anybody was. But I also wasn't expecting them to be this bad this year. It's unfortunate. They're 0-4 on the road. They're 1-6 in conference play. You're hoping Scott Frost can muster some of that magic that he had way back in 2017 because this team really, they need something to get it going. 4 wins overall. They've got 2 games left. If they win them both, they do become bowl eligible. They've got a tough, not tough as in a hard competition, just a tough game to watch as they play 1-9 Oklahoma State at home this weekend. Tickets should be pretty cheap if you want to go see a nice game. It's going to be 4 o'clock. The weather should be beautiful as the sun sets there in Orlando. But, if they beat Oklahoma State, get to that 5th win, then you start talking, can they beat, a top ranked, a top 10 team in BYU in Provo, Utah? That's going to be tough. But, you hope that they can start getting better in the Big 12. This is their 3rd year as a Big 12 team. They're only 6-19 in conference play. So, a lot of people 7-8 years ago were saying, oh, well, if UCF was in this conference or that conference, they'd be, way better than a lot of teams. Well, unfortunately, they haven't. Let's give Scott Frost a couple of years to start recruiting and building things up and work that transfer portal and all the NIL and all those things. And hopefully they come back next year and in the next few years looking better than this. We want to get back in the win column for that space game. You hated seeing them lose their first game in their space-themed uniforms. But hey, hopefully brighter things ahead for UCF. But right now, boy, it's been a tough thing to watch for the last few seasons since they've been in the Big 12.
It has been a rough go of it, that is for sure. Well, Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, always good talking football with you, and we appreciate you joining us to do some Monday morning quarterbacking here today.
All right, Garrett, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
All right, take care. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you inside this virtual news conference. And I apologize, the picture does not appear to be very clear, but we want to listen in because this is the U.S. Department of Agriculture holding a news conference talking about farmer disaster assistance. So they're announcing more than $16 billion going to U.S. farmers, in addition to more than $9 billion that they've already sent out. And this is to help farmers in the aftermath of natural disasters. So let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here live on Fox 35 News Plus.
They will be administering their own crop loss programs through their state block grants. Therefore, producers with losses on land physically located in these states are not eligible for SDRP program payments. However, they would be available for the milk loss program and the on-farm stored commodity loss program. As the Deputy Secretary said at the top, today we are also rolling out what I just referred to as the milk loss and on-farm stored commodity loss program. The milk loss program provides relief to producers who were forced to dump milk or remove it from the commercial market due to adverse weather, while the on-farm stored commodity loss program covers losses of eligible harvested commodities in storage. Sign up for all three programs opens next Monday, November 24th. We encourage producers to prepare for their county office visit by reviewing the SDRP2 checklist available at fsa.usda.gov/SDRP. The milk loss program and on-farm stored commodity loss program will open up for signing through January 23rd, while SDRP stages 1 and 2 will be open through April the 30th. Just some general information that we can put out here. The qualifying disaster events would include wildfires, hurricanes, floods, derechos, excessive heat, tornadoes, winter storms, freeze, smoke exposure, excessive moisture, qualifying droughts, which would be defined as a D2 drought for 8 weeks or D3 or more severe for any period of time, and related conditions that occurred in calendar year 23 and 24. There will be a linkage requirement for participants in this program. Producers must obtain either federal crop insurance or NAP coverage at least 60% for 2 years. I mentioned the application sign-up period. Let me mention quickly the payment limitations, which will mirror SDRP 1. They start at $125,000 per calendar year or $250 per calendar year if 75% or more of an entity's AGI is derived from farming, ranching, or forestry related activities, and $900,000 per calendar year for high value crops, again, if they meet that AGI test of 75% or more of their entity's AGI is derived from farming, ranching, or forestry related activities. And finally, just a very quick, very high level definition of high value crops that would include trees, bushes, vines, aquaculture, hemp, grass for seed, tobacco, and vegetable seed. So, Deputy Secretary, that's my piece. So,
all right. With that, we'll open up for some questions. Once again, all this information is embargoed until 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. A press release will be.
So big some information there from the USDA. We should note that agriculture is a major industry here in the state of Florida. All 67 counties, there is a lot of focus on that. It's a $10 billion industry in the state many years. That's an estimate. We should also note that because of hurricanes here, that there are impacts from those and from other natural disasters as well. UF researchers say that last year alone, the hurricanes that we felt a number of impacts from across the state inflicted $975 million in agriculture production losses in the state of Florida. So that aid is certainly something that will come in handy when needed. So that announcement from the USDA there just a couple of minutes ago. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but I do, after this, want to get you to Tampa, where we heard from the Attorney General today talking about these 122 children across the state that were rescued in this operation. We learned a lot about the different circumstances, the arrest that some people are facing in connection with this. And we'll talk more about that on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Tampa earlier today, holding a news conference with US Marshals, some other officials as well, at the FDLE Tampa Regional Operations Center. They were announcing the results of Operation Home for the Holidays, and they say they found 122 children that they were able to save in what they're calling the largest child rescue operation in history. It also resulted in 6 felony arrests. They do expect more charges as well. Some of these are children who were runaways. Some of them are children who were taken from foster care systems. So a lot of different situations, but 122 kids rescued from a number of cities all across the state. And Attorney General James Uthmeier talked about that operation, how they were able to do it, at a news conference just a little bit ago.
It seems like we were just here a few months ago, back in July, to announce a record, the largest single child rescue operation in the history of the U.S. Marshals Services. We rescued 60 kids, and our great Marshal Berger here outdid himself with his team. It's been an honor to support them with our statewide law enforcement task force to announce a rescue of 122 children in our latest rescue mission spanning over 2 weeks. So please give them a round of applause. As I said back in July, this is why we do the job. Here in Florida, everybody now knows protecting our kids, keeping them safe, preventing them from being extorted and endangered, that's what it's all about. That's why we go to work every day. It's why we do what we do. There is no greater calling when it comes to law enforcement. So we're excited to announce this rescue effort. 122 kids that were reported missing, they're now back in our custody. This, however, is not the end of the mission. This is really just the beginning. These kids, ranging in age from 17 down to just 2 years old, many have been through the unthinkable. They've been trafficked, they've been exploited, they've been abused. They need our help now more than ever. This task force worked proactively to make sure that medical care and rehabilitation was ready immediately after they were back in our custody. They're getting that help. We will continue to get them that help, find them homes where they are loved, where they are protected, where they will be empowered to lead successful lives, and we're going to get them on the road to recovery. With no doubt, they need our prayers, and they need our help now more than ever. As you hear me say all the time, in Florida, we've got the absolute best law enforcement. This is only possible with our national standard coordinated task force effort, where we've got Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Juvenile Justice, Children and Families, our local police departments, our sheriffs, all working hand in hand with the US Marshals to go out there, leave no stone unturned, utilize technology and every resource at our fingertips to get the job done. So I'll conclude before turning it over by saying, by now you should know, if you come into Florida and you want to lay a finger on our kids, if you want to prey upon them, if you want to groom them, if you want to abuse them, everybody up here is coming for you with everything we've got. We're going to lock you up for as long as possible, and we're eligible for child sex battery. We will indeed seek the death penalty. So child predators, stay out of Florida. You are not welcome here. If you come here, we will hold you accountable to the fullest extent of the law. So thank you for being here this morning for this great announcement. With that, I will bring up the U.S. Marshal, Bill Berger.
I can't say enough about the support that he gives this operation, 110%. Thank you so much, General. I also want to thank my director, who could not be here today, Gadi Saralta. As you know, there was a government shutdown. And because of that, unless a particular operation was considered mission critical, they would not fund or accept that. He made this mission critical. So I applaud him. Unfortunately, his mother passed away last week, and her funeral's today. That's why he's not here representing the Marshal Service. I want to thank FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass. I know Mark is not here, and the Special Agent in charge, Mark Burdell. I can't say enough about the support. The command post was actually where you're sitting right now. FDLE has been a tremendous partner in this particular effort. Also, General, I cannot say enough about Rita Peters, Special Prosecutor. She is a bulldog, and that's exactly what we need when dealing with kids. I know Callahan Walsh is here, and I want to thank Terry Santiago, my chief over SIIB, for the region and bringing Mr. Walsh here. It's so important to put a face to this national emergency that we have. After Operation Dragon Eye, at the time the most successful child recovery operation in the history of the United States Marshal Service, where 60 reported missing and exploited children were recovered, discussions were held between myself and our subject matter expert, Senior Inspector Mario Price, to confer and moving forward and expanding the operation to include all of the Middle District of Florida. The endeavor expanded outwards to the cities of Orlando, Orange County, City of Jacksonville, St. Johns County, and all the surrounding jurisdictions, the City of Fort Myers, Lee County, and Collier County, with the hope of either equaling or surpassing the 60 rescues that were accomplished during Operation Dragon Eye. Inspector Price then reached out to these jurisdictions to see if there was interest and commitment to enlarge the operation. With the support of, again, our director, Gadi Saralta, and other agency headquarters staff, Operation Home for the Holidays was launched. The operation consisted of over 200 partners, to include the FBI, 11 sheriff's offices, 4 police departments, 4 state agencies, and 25 non-governmental organizations. By far the largest combination of sworn and non-sworn non-government organizations in the history of the child recovery operations. As a result of Operation Home for the Holidays, 122 kids, their pictures should be up now, ranging from age, as the general said, 2 to 17 were located and recovered as illustrated by this photo. Thus far, there have been 6 adults arrested associated with this operation, ranging from charges lewd and lascivious to multiple sexual batteries and more, and there will be more persons arrested in the very near future. The breakdown of the recoveries by location were as follows: Fort Myers, 29 recoveries; Jacksonville, 22; Orlando, 14; Tampa, 57, and 13 were located and recovered outside the state of Florida, 11 of which were in other states in the United States, and then 2 were located internationally, Mexico and Guatemala. There are many human stories involving this operation. A picture behind me will see the photos of a brother and sister embracing, having been reported missing separately 2 years ago in Fort Myers. In Jacksonville, 2 brothers aged 14 and 15 were reported missing a year ago and found within a trailer park. Both brothers had been exposed to methamphetamine and other drugs by persons in that trailer park. The 2 boys were found under the influence and suffering from severe malnutrition. When found, they told members of the recovery force, "Thank you for saving our lives." They were later reunited with their mother. These stories are just a small example of the success stories of the operation, which allowed our Middle District of Florida-based child recovery initiatives to stand out. Is the emphasis on what happens after we recover the children. We know these children have significant needs, and once we find them, it makes sense to build these operations alongside of like-minded partners from across the child welfare space. Going back in time when Adam Walsh and Jimmy Rice and numerous other children were abducted and murdered, America made child abductions and locating missing children's priority number 1. Over time, though, incidents such as 9/11, school shootings, the war on drugs, have somewhat diminished the priority. But Operation Dragon Eye, Home for the Holidays, it is hopeful, and we're starting to see this nationally now, that the successes we have initiated, the importance of missing child cases. I would like to personally thank all the persons and organizations that participated in these 2 operations. I know we have made a difference. Lastly, one special group I would like to recognize, Boomerang Air Charter, a group of volunteers who provided charity mission flights that were used to charter aircraft dispatched to locations to bring back children to the Middle District of Florida. Boomerang Air Charter supported recovery of children located in the states of Illinois, North Carolina, and South Florida. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshal. Next, Vaden Pollard, FDLE.
Thank you, General Uthmeier. Thank you, Marshal Berger. It's an honor to be here with you today. I'm Deputy Commissioner Vaden Pollard with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I'm speaking on behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass. I can't think of a better news story than to have the opportunity to stand up in front of a group of people and to announce that there are 122 kids who are safe now. They're safe because of the efforts of this great team that you see standing here behind me. We could not do it alone. Everybody working together in unison, it pays dividends. I don't think I've seen a more committed team to keeping FDLE safe in years. It's been a great pleasure to work with everyone here. Next, I would like to talk to you a little bit about what FDLE's part was in this operation. Our analysts, so we have several crime intelligence analysts throughout the state and also in our Missing and Endangered Persons Information Clearinghouse, also known as MEPIC. All of these kids' names are known. We put these packets together, we do a detailed analysis, dive into social media, make contact with their associates, and do everything we can to find them. And in this case, you see the results. 122 kids. The ages, it's surprising whenever you hear that, isn't it? I can't think of a more vulnerable group of people than our kids that are out here in Florida and that are missing. They are preyed upon by people who want to do bad things. They convince them of a reality that's going to keep them safe, but it's not real. And they're put into a life of servitude. Many of them are. And now, these kids are not. So thank you all very much, all of the partnering organizations that come together. We couldn't do it without you guys, and we couldn't do it without General Uthmeier's leadership. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think on the year between these two missions and then Operation Light Shine and the Tebow Foundation, I think we got to be very close to 300 children rescued, which is far and away the largest record in Florida history. Secretary Walsh, come on up.
Thank you, General. Governor DeSantis appointed me Secretary of DJJ a few months ago with the charge of public safety. And between the collaboration of the governor and General Uthmeier, saving kids is part of public safety. The team behind you can't be thanked enough. In particular, Dr. Catherine Gomez from DJJ, she was our lead. She's our director of human trafficking. And without her leading on behalf of DJJ, it'd be very difficult to be successful. Thank you, Doctor. I want to thank all of the people from DJJ. We have offices across the state between our detention, probation, health services. This was a huge team effort to spread across the Middle District of Florida to ensure that we were giving care to the kids as they were being found and located. Again, 122 youth. That is astonishing. But the work doesn't end because we have more youth that need to be found and rescued. I just want to thank the team behind me. Your efforts can't be understated enough how important this work is. And partnership, so between FDLE, DJJ, and DCF, working hand in hand as state agencies, collaborating with the federal services, and of course the nonprofits. Just thank you to everyone. Thanks, General.
Secretary Hatch, DCF.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Taylor Hatch, and I have the absolute honor of serving as the Secretary for the Florida Department of Children and Families. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, who leads by example, he sets the pace and the tone and the expectation that we deliver for Floridians and their families. And that's why today is so very important. It highlights the fact that moments matter and the critical nature of partnership to deliver, because lives are on the line. I am humbled and, again, so grateful to stand alongside so many dedicated professionals, leaders, and colleagues. Attorney General Uthmeier, US Marshal for the Middle District of Florida, William Berger, FDLE Deputy Commissioner Pollard, Secretary Walsh from DJJ, and so many others. Thank you to the U.S. Marshal Service and FDLE for organizing today's event. It is an opportunity not only to reflect on the success of Operation Home for the Holidays, but to reaffirm our shared commitment amongst government, amongst faith organizations, not-for-profits, and the private sector, unifying and utilizing one another's strengths and one another's expertise to deliver and to promote the safety and well-being of Floridians, in particular children. As evidenced by the numbers that you've already heard and have been reported, this commitment and demonstrated partnership were found woven throughout the entire operation, from the earliest planning stages to recovery to ongoing supports. An important example of this can be found by highlighting the operations service hubs that were formed in each of the 4 target cities, hosted by Baptist Medical Center and Wolfson's Children's Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida, Orlando Health, Baycare's St. Joseph's Hospital in Tampa, and Golisano's Children's Hospital in Fort Myers. Each hub houses partners from across all sectors to quickly activate resources, providing immediate trauma-informed services and coordinated support to those precious 122 children that were safely recovered as they begin their journey to recovery. Bringing these children to safety would not have been possible without coordinated planning and the brave men and women in law enforcement leading and serving on the front lines. But, as we know, recovery is only the beginning. Helping a child heal is the work that follows. And strong, positive networks of supports is how we, as human beings, we thrive. Operation Home for the Holidays is an important example of what we can achieve when we come together with urgency and shared purpose. Thanks to the efforts of many, 122 children are now safe and supported, and that is something that everyone should be proud of. I would be remiss if I did not quickly highlight the contributions of the DCF team, who provided critical information, helped shape recovery protocols, and deployed child protective investigators as well as criminal justice coordinators and human trafficking specialists to support this mission in real time, giving well-deserved recognition specifically to our team of 12 DCF operatives and heroes from Northwest, Northeast, Central, and Suncoast regions, as well as our statewide headquarters team. Thank you. Thank you for your expertise, your unrelenting dedication, and your incredible passion. As a mom and as a leader, I am so proud and humbled and honored to work alongside of you each and every single day. This appreciation and pride, it also extends to the outstanding work of our lead agency partners, providers, and victim advocacy partners, two of which you'll get to hear from in just a moment, who work together focusing on the importance of trauma responsiveness, placement, and behavioral health supports for the children that were recovered. I want to thank the leaders from the United States Marshals Service, FDLE, DJJ, and our incredible Attorney General, as well as your teams for your partnership and for recognizing the impact of our agencies and partners' contributions. Thank you for standing in as a posture of partnership in a unified mission to protect such a truly precious population, the children of our great state. Thank you.
Amen. Tracy, next.
Thank you. Good morning. It is a pleasure to stand with all of you once again in support of the incredible work that the U.S. Marshals Service and our local law enforcement are doing to protect children. We are grateful for the men and women undertaking this important and difficult work. This is the third time that Baycare has assisted the U.S. Marshals Service to provide medical and mental health services for children rescued during a child recovery operation. Each time, our goal is to ensure that the kids who are brought to our recovery hub are welcomed into an environment that is safe, comforting, and most importantly, consenting. Creating a positive healthcare experience is a first step to building trust. By doing so, it is our hope that this vulnerable group of kids will be more inclined to seek help in the future, realizing there are people who sincerely care about their well-being. To that end, I want to thank our Baycare team members, from our counselors to our physicians, nurses, security personnel, and more, who volunteered their time and talents to support this important mission. I also want to thank the community and social service agencies that were part of our recovery hub: the Department of Children and Families, the Attorney General's Office, Pasco Kids First, the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay, More to Living, One More Child, Suncoast, and Bridging Freedom. Each provided on-site, compassionate victim advocates and support staff who were instrumental in securing safe housing and offering pathways for additional care and support. Lastly, I would like to recognize and congratulate our other health system partners from Jacksonville, Orlando, and Fort Myers who participated in this operation for the first time. Baptist Medical Center, Orlando Health, and Lee Health really took a leap of faith and each created a successful recovery hub to provide the essential care for children recovered in their areas. As the largest provider of pediatric and behavioral health services in West Central Florida, Baycare is proud to lend our expertise and resources to support these critical missions being conducted by the U.S. Marshals Services. To be part of the highly skilled network of professionals that they have assembled is inspiring. These operations solidify strong partnerships between law enforcement, healthcare, and community-based organizations to work together naturally in real time outside of these operations when needed. It It is a testament to the good that can be achieved when we unite under a common goal of protecting children and recognizing that each act of care and kindness has the potential to save a life. Thank you.
Kim from More to Life.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. As a representative of MTL and on the behalf of the entire victim services community, I am deeply honored to stand with the US Marshals Service, FDLE, and local law enforcement agencies as we announce the results of this operation involving 122 critically endangered missing children. While the Marshals led the law enforcement mission with extraordinary skill, our role as victim service providers begins the moment a child is recovered and continues long after these headlines fade. When these children were located, they were often found in horrific conditions, traumatized, and unsure of who is safe. This is where integrated victim services and NGO partnerships make a vital difference. We bring trauma-informed support that helps stabilize a child in the first critical hours after recovery. We help them feel safe, seen, believed, and protected, sometimes for the very first time. When NGOs and law enforcement partners together, it also ensures that each child's physical, emotional, and mental needs are recognized immediately. We provide crisis response, medical and mental health, safety planning, and support for appropriate reunification. And when reunification is not the next step, we work closely with our child welfare partners to begin to secure safe placements where healing can begin. Our involvement is not only about care, it's also about ongoing support. We help bridge the gap between law enforcement, child welfare systems, community agencies, and families so that no child falls through the crack after a recovery. We focus on long-term stability, ongoing therapy, education support, advocacy, and wraparound care services so that we give each young person a real chance to recover and thrive. This operation shows what is possible when law enforcement and victim service organizations operate as a unified team. All of our law enforcement partners brought unmatched investigative expertise. NGOs and service providers brought the lens of healing, safety, and human dignity. Together, we created an approach that protects not only a child's location, but their future. To the victims, we see you. To our law enforcement partners, we thank you. And to our community organizations standing with us, your compassion and expertise are indispensable. Our work does not end today, but today reminds us that when we work together, children can be found and hope can be restored. Thank you.
Callahan Walsh, National Center for Missing and Endangered Children.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm Callahan Walsh, co-host of America's Most Wanted, alongside my father, John Walsh, brother to a once missing child, Adam Walsh, and executive director at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We are honored to stand alongside our partners, the U.S. Marshals Service, to discuss the success of this recent operation and the impact it's had on children and families here in Florida. Ahead of the operation, NCMEC identified missing child cases from the targeted regions and shared those cases with the multi-agency working group. These cases involve children missing from care, victims of child sex trafficking, children battling significant mental health challenges, and others facing serious endangerments. Every one of them uniquely vulnerable while missing, something my family knows all too well. To support the operation, 2 NCMEC analysts were deployed on-site to provide real-time analytical support to law enforcement in the field, leveraging every available resource and piece of information to help locate and safely recover these missing kids. Over the course of the 2-week effort, 122 children were safely recovered, and each represents far more than a statistic. It represents a child brought out of harm's way, a family reunited, and an opportunity to provide support and services that help prevent future victimization. Operations like this are critical. They unite multiple agencies, data sources, and specialized expertise around a single mission, bringing missing children home. At NCMEC, we remain deeply committed to supporting our law enforcement and child welfare partners who work tirelessly every day to locate and protect our most vulnerable kids. We are profoundly grateful for our longstanding partnership with the U.S. Marshals Service and for their leadership in coordinating this multiple disciplinary effort. Today, we are stronger, and together we will continue to focus every available resource toward the recovery and safety of missing kids. Thank you very much.
Dun, dun, dun. Rita Peters to close us out.
Thank you for being here. We're proud to share the impact that Operation Home for the Holidays, a coordinated effort focused on locating missing children and ensuring that they are safe as we enter into this holiday season. This operation reflects the very best of the collaborative public safety work of these agencies. Prosecutors like myself, Stephanie Bergen, Mary Salmon, and Emily Frazier from our Jacksonville office, federal, state, and local law enforcement, such as FBI, HSI, St. Petersburg Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I could keep going on. Our child protection teams from our DCF partners, our victim advocates from the statewide prosecutors' offices as well as the NGOs, and also from the Office of the Attorney General and FDLE, and community partners, all came together with one mission: bring our children home. This level of teamwork doesn't happen by accident. It happens because leaders make it a priority. I want to extend my deepest gratitude for being part of this operation. Thank you to U.S. Marshals Service, Marshal Berger, for his exceptional expertise and commitment, to Mario Price, who picked up the phone about 6 months ago. Unbeknownst to him, I was going to be at his heels nipping at this operation. And to my leader, whom I've affectionately referred to as Boss Man, Attorney General James Uthmeier, for prioritizing the safety and security of every child in this state. Their dedication makes operations like this possible. And their support ensures that we have resources and the coordination needed to protect vulnerable children. For prosecutors, participating in operations like this is essential. We provide legal process, subpoenas, preservation letters, search warrants, arrest warrants, and legal advice. But our work begins long before the courtroom. Being on the ground, seeing the investigative challenges firsthand, and understanding those immediate needs of each child gives us the insight that directly strengthens our cases and our advocacy. It helps us identify patterns of exploitation, risks in trafficking, and the vulnerabilities that put children in harm's way, so we can act quickly and effectively and advocate more passionately. More importantly, it reminds us of the human side of this work. Every child recovered during Operation Home for the Holidays is a child who now has a chance to be safe, supported, and seen. When prosecutors join these efforts, we ensure that every recovery is followed by the appropriate legal action, the services necessary, and the long-term protection. This operation shows what can be accomplished when we work together and when the safety of our children is treated as the highest priority. It is a powerful reminder that every missing child deserves the full force of our collaborative effort to bring them home, especially during the holidays when families should be whole, hopeful, and safe. And I leave you with this one request. Mario, when are we doing this again?
A final thank you to all of our investigators and law enforcement. Again, this is why we do the job. Here in Florida, we're blessed to have these heroes, and we've got their back. I'm certainly going to love on my little ones tonight and hold them close. I hope you all will do the same. Children are such a gift, and anybody that wants to do them harm is going to face the wrath of this team standing up here behind me. So do two things. Get the word out. If you're a child predator, you better stay the heck away from our state. And two, please pray for those that have been rescued and need our help more than ever. I believe there's nothing more powerful than prayer. and pray for those that are still out there missing. And as long as there's one kid missing, we will keep the search and fight going. So with that, Marcia, you want to come up? I know you have some of the more particulars. If there's any questions about the operation, and I'll jump in as needed.
I wouldn't specify that as a problem here in Tampa Bay. It's just the fact that there's such an openness, and now that we're doing these operations, we're sharing that information. As we're getting the word out, a lot of jurisdictions don't have that connectivity. And I think what we're seeing here, and this is a blueprint for the rest of the state and rest of the country, to say that collaboratively we can make success. And I think that's the key thing. Is it's all about gathering information, working with analysts, and getting the job done.
What can the state do, and what is it doing to fight the root causes of why children are being trafficked?
It's a very complicated question from the standpoint that you look at the children involved. Many come from very bad situations at home. Many are foster children that leave that foster environment. We got to kind of tighten those organizations. We got to reach out to those kids, local law enforcement in domestic violence situations, and make sure that it's just not take the report, move on, or do the criminal aspect. Try and get our partners here in back of us involved in this, and hopefully turn these kids around.
I jump in too.
Yes, sir.
So on the question of how do we combat this more globally, well, number one, we keep doing operations like this. And that's number one. Number two, where you see a lot of this trafficking and abuse, it's almost always tied to illicit pornography industries that are going after minors, and we're cracking down there. It's tied to large-scale drug networks. It's tied to the open border, and we're obviously cracking down there to prevent a lot of this criminal activity that creeps over and spreads out. When it comes to the medicinal, the rehabilitation, there we've got state agencies looking for the best ways to provide the medical care and ultimately improve the quality of life where these young people are set out to help them to succeed. So it's multifaceted. I believe it does start with law enforcement cracking down to highlight the issue. A lot of people, they don't understand human trafficking is real. But it brings the idea, it's 8 little kids in a trunk of a car. Sometimes it is, and that's horrific. But it's also often more complicated than that, with ties to prostitution, to pornography, and to illicit drug trade. But you better believe we're going to keep fighting it with everything we got, if that's not clear. Any other questions? Sure. Well, there's all kinds of new products that are coming into the state. A lot of them are from overseas. You've got hemp, you've got, Chinese vapes, you've got this kratom leaf, where we've cracked down on a highly potent, chemically enhanced kratom product 70H. And we've been doing raids across the state on that. Again, there's a lot that the legislature really needs to look at. I didn't sign the letter because it came from the NGA, the non-governmental AGA's association. I wanted to look at it a little bit more and figure out the best way to regulate. But Congress passes the laws, and a full sweeping regulatory overhaul of hemp, I think, was greatly needed. Our team is looking in on that, and we're going to make sure that we're getting illegal products off the market. We're going to protect our consumers. We're going to protect our kids. And if we see that 70H, if you don't know what the 70H is, it's dangerous. It is dangerous. It's highly concentrated. We've taken measurements that are 13 times more potent than morphine, and it was being sold, on a shelf right next to candy and retail products. So just because something's on a shelf doesn't mean it's gone through all the regulatory approvals. It does not mean it's safe. We're in a world where there's a lot of new products coming in, and it's up to us, state leaders, law enforcement, and the legislature to get involved, crack down, and make the tough decisions to protect our consumers.
Can someone from one of the social services groups just address what the fate of the children is now? These kids have been through all sorts of things. Obviously, being in foster homes is very challenging. It's a major predictor of going to jail. What is
Yeah, somebody want to jump up?
Thank you for the question. I think that's why partnership is so important. You know, we touched upon the state agencies that are wrapping around to support and preserve childhoods. We also touched upon the local not-for-profits, the faith-based entities. It's everyone coming together to make sure that it's very person-centered, that recovery journey, whatever that may be, whether it's behavioral health, whether that is helping through education. It's a myriad based on that individual being very person-centered to help support them in their journey.
So there was that news conference earlier today in Tampa. Attorney General James Uthmeier, a number of other officials you heard from there announcing the rescue of 122 missing and endangered children from across the state of Florida in a variety of situations there. Also talked about some of the resources that they will have available to help them moving forward. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz holding a roundtable discussion and a news conference just a little bit ago down in Sunrise, Florida, in South Florida, talking about the impact of the lapse of Affordable Care Act subsidies. So this was really at the center of the government shutdown that stretched on for a record of 43 days. The government is now back open. The House has said it will vote on those, extending those subsidies, but no guarantee that it will pass. We also don't know, the Senate said they would vote on those. Still don't know what would happen with that in the House. So a lot of questions about that. Meanwhile, people who are getting their renewals in the mail are seeing a big increase in costs. And so that's something that Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz is talking about at this news conference, the concern over skyrocketing healthcare costs because of the expiration of those ACA subsidies. And we should also note that kind of on a yearly basis, Florida is among those among the states that leads the country in Affordable Care Act sign-up. So here is Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz speaking at that news conference just a little bit ago.
In this bill, and life for working Americans will just get more expensive. That's because this spending law accelerates Republicans' larger assault on Americans' access to quality, affordable health care. Don't forget, Republicans already slashed $1 trillion from Medicaid with the big ugly law. And that same law, passed in the middle of the night while Americans slept this summer, will also pull $500 billion out of Medicare. But in this latest shutdown law, Republicans allowed massive health care price hikes to drop on struggling Americans. Millions will be priced out of any coverage at all, and as you'll hear, it's going to drive coverage costs up and health services down for all of us, not just Affordable Care Act enrollees. Republicans made health care costs much more expensive for all Americans in this short-term budget law. Instead of lowering health care costs, and Republicans authorized millions for a slush fund lottery win for 8 Republican senators. That was in this bill. Tragically for all of us, it meant Republicans continued to break their promise to lower our costs. Our rent, our coffee, beef, and eggs that we buy each week, even electric bills, all are more expensive. Yet as people already struggle to get by, this new law allows huge health insurance hikes to fall on 203,000 people in my district alone, and 82,000 people will lose coverage altogether due to the impacts of the big ugly law that the Republicans jammed through over the summer, and Republicans' refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Worse, this law also reneges on our sacred commitment to veterans. I'm the lead Democrat of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee. I take our promise to our veterans personally and very seriously. Just this summer, I was able to secure bipartisan support for my amendment to restore $51.7 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund. That fund promises our toxic exposed veterans are able to get access to their health care seamlessly. President Trump even requested that funding in his own budget. Yet Republicans gutted this critical funding protection for our veterans in the final legislation. And when I tried to offer an amendment last week to restore it, Republicans refused to consider it. Just so we're all clear, the working Americans standing up here with me today will see their budgets hammered from health care coverage price hikes, and veterans will see future health care funding for toxic exposures put in jeopardy. And that is also billionaires could get huge tax breaks permanently. It did not have to be this way. Republicans didn't need to take a taxpayer-funded vacation for nearly 2 months. They could have sat down with Democrats to negotiate a better health plan for our struggling families. My way, the highway politics is absolutely unacceptable. I know that we can't get everything our way, even though we're fighting to make sure that people can afford their health care. And Republicans can't either. That's what negotiation and compromise is all about, but you have to come to the table in order to make sure we can do that. Democrats will keep fighting like hell to extend these health care tax credits before they expire and stand by our promise to lower costs for all Americans. So don't be fooled by what happens in Washington this week. Republicans will trot out retread proposals like health savings accounts, and they'll continue to block Democrats' push to finally release the Epstein files so our victims can get justice that they deserve. But let's be clear, health savings accounts are high deductible plans that carry high fees and high out-of-pocket costs, especially if you have a chronic illness. And like most GOP scams, they don't lower healthcare spending, but instead shift more tax benefits to those who can most afford to contribute their own money to them. These health plans are just like the Epstein files and tax breaks for Republicans. In every direction, they expend huge efforts to protect the wealthiest among us. But if your family needs good coverage to see a doctor, or you want to make sure that Medicare recipients don't face steep price hikes, Republicans just don't care. So now I'd like you to meet Saskia Madison. Saskia works with people who deal with various healthcare challenges and who count on the ACA to get care. She's also a pharmacist, and she also has an Affordable Care Act policy. Saskia? There you are.
I'm over here. Okay. Thank you so much, Congresswoman, for having me here to speak to everyone. My name is Saskia Madison, and I am a patient, a caregiver, and an employee within the healthcare system. The spike in the premiums that we are about to see are going to affect everyone, whether it affects you directly or not. This is only going to cause harm to individuals that cannot afford their medication or access to see a healthcare professional. For me personally, I am going to see, as a contract worker, a 50% increase in my premiums for the year, for 2026. So I am asking that our lawmakers come up with a better solution to make what is supposed to be affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Saskia, what does that translate, the 50% increase in premiums to in dollars?
Instead of $1,000 per month, which was already high, it would be $1,500.
I just want to make sure people understand. Sometimes people don't, they can't calculate percentages in their head. So real world premiums is always good to know. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Next, I'd like you to hear from Jody Kaminsky. Jody wants to share her experience with her domestic partner's healthcare coverage and his adult children who are managing through the Affordable Care Act marketplace right now. Jody?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Hi there. My name is Jody, but I'm not here to speak for myself. I am here to speak for my boyfriend and his son. They have both been receiving medical coverage from the Affordable Care Act for many, many years, and it has been a tremendous lifesaver for them. My boyfriend works as a line cook. He's been a line cook for 30 years. He's extremely hardworking. He's worked very hard to provide for himself and his two now adult sons. Since 2018, they've been on the Affordable Care Act, and it has made medical coverage for injuries and routine health care affordable to them. Unfortunately, both Angelo and his sons are now facing huge cost increases for health care in 2026. With the same exact annual salary and the same exact medical plan he's been on for years, Angelo's monthly premiums are going up from $299 a month to $581 a month, which is a 94% increase. His medical plan premiums will go from 12.5% of his annual salary to over 25% of his annual salary. His son Mason, who is 21 years old and works full-time as a dog trainer in Brevard County, works very, very hard, but his company is too small to provide him employer-based health insurance, so he also uses the Affordable Care Act. His monthly premium costs for the same annual plan on the same annual salary are going up 111%, from $162 a month to $341 a month for the exact same plan. This is an issue that should transcend politics, and I really hope that Congress can come together and agree to extend the subsidies for millions of Americans. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much, Jody. Thank you for sharing your story. George Zamora is the HR director who handles his company's group health plan through Florida Blues Medicare Partnership, and he's concerned that cuts and lapsing ACA premiums are going to dramatically affect the folks that he takes care of.
Absolutely. Thank you. One of the really things that are disheartening is, as we look across our workforce, not only here in South Florida, but all the way across, is really what legislative changes will do to people that are already living on life's edge. I have the privilege of being able to see both sides, how it affects business, but also teams of employees that are hourly, that don't have the time or the luxury to be able to be here because they're making a living somewhere else. So I represent them, I give them a voice. And what I'm seeing across our premiums and across our teams here in South Florida is an increase of hundreds of dollars depending on the family size plan. This is a direct plea to not only our leaders in Congress, but also to the insurance companies to really understand the implication of decisions that are being made. There's real lives that are at risk. We have a fickle hospital system that also needs help. These decisions matter, and it affects people that are breathing. This is an important topic not only for people with family and children like myself, but also for people that work for a living, that are the backbone, but more importantly, the small business community who has to navigate parental care for their employees and how to manage their teams as well in the rising costs of healthcare. So this is a direct plea to think, evaluate what is great, what is good for the American people, and understand the responsibility of what these decisions and legislative changes mean to the people that need it the most.
George, can you share what you talked about when we had our roundtable discussion about that this just doesn't, the refusal to extend the enhanced premium tax credits for the Affordable Care Act doesn't just affect people who have an Affordable Care Act policy. It also is increasing costs for people who have other kinds of insurance.
Oh, absolutely. This is, we're seeing it on our company-sponsored premiums. The problem happens is when they're trying to balance the books, where there's a loss of or higher risk pool of people in one particular medical plan, they're creating losses there, and they have to make up those losses somewhere else. While they can't touch those premiums,
right,
they do need to make sure that those books balance. So what happens is the people that are on company-sponsored programs end up getting their premiums also raised. So while this is, thought to be an isolated thing on ACA premiums, this is so much bigger than that. It's going to affect people that don't even see it coming. Maybe on this year's premiums, but also on the following years.
It's so important that people know that, because the insurance companies are, as he said, shifting costs from shrinking pools of people who are going to decide either that they can't afford the coverage or that they aren't making as much money on. So they move those costs to folks outside of the Affordable Care Act policies, and we all pay. And then add to that the cost shifting that occurs with a shrinking pool of patients that are showing up at hospitals, and those prices go up because they have to make up their money from somewhere. And so it really jeopardizes the security and of our healthcare system remaining affordable for everyone. So that's why we all need to care about whether we extend these tax credits, because the way I think about it is it's like when you play a game of Jenga.
Yep.
If we've all played that Jenga game where you have the tower and you pull out that one piece of wood and you're hoping the whole tower doesn't topple. But pulling out that enhanced premium tax credit, and I never thought about it this way until now, you helped illuminate it for me, so thank you. Pulling out that one piece of enhanced premium tax credit can actually cause the entire tower to topple. And we can't do that to the American people. We have to focus on making sure we bring people's kitchen table costs down. So thank you so much for your help.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate your story. Now, Stephanie Van Mark. Stephanie and her husband have a family plan through the marketplace. Like so many families, they're dealing with a significant increase for this next year's plan.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, and thank you for this opportunity to share my story. My name is Stephanie Van Bark, and I am an entrepreneur, a small business owner, as a matter of fact, and so is my husband. We're a family of two. Our insurance, we do make more income than what is required in the marketplace, but we chose to go to the marketplace understanding we could manage our monthly payments better at $8.98. And then pay the difference on the back end in taxes, because you do ultimately have to pay those dollars back, and that's fine. We've had that understanding. As you can imagine, when you're an entrepreneur, your salaries go through an ebb and flow, so sometimes good, sometimes bad, but we figured we could manage that. But we just learned that our increase is now going up. That would have been $1,650. It's now going up to $2,000 a month. So that's $24,000 a year. That's a lot of money, much more than I pay for my monthly mortgage. So we are one of those couples that's talking about, does it make good sense to stay in the marketplace or insurance at all? So we start to look at some primary, outside of the marketplace. They're starting at $3,000 a month. It's still cheaper to go through the marketplace. And I forgot to mention, we are sort of getting experiences with scams. People with insurance come in, get scams come out. So that's been a challenge as well. So we're thinking about it. We're not sure yet, but we're thinking about it. We're going to have to make some decisions for sure.
And Stephanie shared with me that, they're healthy now, and thank God for that. But this is a decision that so many families are facing right now, where in some cases they have to decide whether they're buying groceries or paying the rent or being able to pay for that healthcare premium as part of their family budget. And even though you're healthy now, I'm someone who knows that, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Anyone can get hit with a healthcare challenge out of the blue. When I was 41, one day I was the picture of health. The next day I was a breast cancer patient after I found a lump doing a routine self-exam. At 41 years old, I had no healthcare problems in my entire life, and suddenly I had breast cancer. And so you just never know. And when you're in a situation like that with a sudden healthcare challenge, or God forbid you get into an accident. I'll give you another example. When my daughter was 14, she was riding around in a golf cart with friends of hers in a neighborhood, and the kid driving was going too fast, and the golf cart fell over, and I get an emergency call that she's being rushed to the emergency room, and she has a concussion because she fell off the golf cart. 14 years old. Thank God she was fine. But that was a unexpected situation where that happens to people and they aren't fine. And so you have unexpected healthcare costs that people get hit with. I hope you're able to find a way. I most especially hope that we are able to, and I will go back to Washington and fight to extend these tax credits so you're not faced with an unaffordable situation like you are.
Thank you. We'll hope.
Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz speaking at a news conference earlier today after a roundtable discussion in Sunrise down in South Florida with some of those same folks that you're just hearing from during that news conference. A number of folks impacted. You heard from them sharing their various stories and perspectives. So that discussion went on this morning. Again, this was continuing to be a big topic even after the reopening of the government. A number of Democrats had held out in the Senate specifically over this issue because of wanting to see these subsidies extended. They have lapsed and their future is uncertain at this point. Meanwhile, the renewals already taking place for next year, and that's why you are seeing these folks already kind of getting a better idea of what those costs are going to be without those subsidies. So something that is still up in the air, something we are continuing to track the impact of in a state like Florida, where we know that it impacts a lot of people. There are a number of, I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but of the top 15, I think, congressional districts. These are statistics that Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz office put out when you're looking at the congressional districts across the country and the those with the most who use these ACA subsidies because they sign up for health care through the Affordable Care Act. 12 of them, 12 of the top 15 are in Florida. So we're looking at quite a bit of impact all across the state here. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It was a tough end to the Orlando Pride's playoff contention yesterday afternoon at Interco Stadium when they lost in extra, or not extra time, but in added time at the end of the game. It was the 7th additional minute there, and a foul called, a free kick that ended up with a goal scoring Gotham FC winning that game 1-0 over the Pride, and again ending their playoff push and their chance to defend their NWSL title. We heard from Coach Seb Hines after the game. Here's what he said.
The result is it's a hard one to take. I don't think it's a reflection on the performance. I thought we were brilliant tonight. I thought we even towards the end, we were going to be the team that scores the first goal. But it wasn't meant to be. This is a cruel game. You don't always get what you deserve. But it's going to be a motivator for us now. We've had so many highs in the last couple of years. Obviously, this is a disappointing result, but it will motivate us to move forward, and we'll reflect. And yeah, it's bittersweet because we've done so much great things this year. We've faced so much adversity. One thing that I'll speak highly of this team is we've got grit. We've got some grit about this team, and we have to continue that. That's part of the culture. That's part of the togetherness, and that'll never end.
Go over the question. Start with Austin.
So kind of just talking about the game in and of itself. It was a really tightly contested game. Obviously a semifinal for a reason, but just can you go into a little more detail of just kind of the back and forth and the setup heading into the game and how you kind of saw it play out?
Yeah, I mean, we kept the same team, but we moved personnel a little bit. We obviously played Marta as a 9, Julie as an 11, Jackie as a 7. We knew going into this game, Gotham are a very aggressive team. They want to win the ball in the opponent's half. Players like Carter and Sonnet are very front-footed, so using Marty as like an extra midfielder and trying to exploit that space that they left in behind was our game plan going into it. Probably didn't see it as much as we would have liked in the first half. The second half was much better. And yeah, I think in the first half we created probably the best chance of the game. Some really good combination play getting out wide, and then unfortunately just missing the ball. But yeah, I thought we created the better chances throughout the game. And it comes down to that last bit of execution and, some good defending and goalkeeping as well. But overall, really pleased with the performance. But obviously, just would have liked it to result in a win.
Go to Mike.
Seb, you kind of just talked about the grit the team was able to show today. Before the playoffs even started, you kind of credited the team's persistence as another key thing that kind of spurred a little bit of that change after that summer streak of winless. But just wanted to ask, I mean, obviously the result was not how you guys expected it today, but is there a positive to get out of this, knowing that this team is showing these types of characteristics, and is that something that perhaps the team could build on going into the offseason and then use that going into next season as well? Yeah,
I think we've established that type of culture in the last, 3 years, I think. Shout out to the fans as well, because I thought they were terrific tonight. Front office did a great job of getting as many fans into the stadium as possible, and they really helped the team and create that atmosphere, which is also part of the process as well. You want to make it intimidating for the opposition. You want to make it hostile, and you can see the determination and desire around the team. Moments like this, you say, we're not losers. We learn from it. We get better. Obviously, we've had a lot of highs, but we faced a lot of adversity, like you mentioned, in that, mid-season period. But they've never had their heads down at all. Throughout all the challenges that we've faced, we've got on with it. We've, put our heads down. We've stuck together, and those are the characteristics that we need here. We've also shown that we are adaptable with key players missing as well. And next player steps up. You know, even though some players may not get as much playing time as they would like, this is a funny old game and things can happen, and you got to make sure that you're ready to perform and keep ourselves to a high standard. So what you've seen this year is that there's been players who have done that, and without these characteristics, we would never have put ourselves in this position tonight, where we're now fighting for a final. Obviously, the result didn't go in our way, but without these values, characteristics, principles, all of those like core, you know, personality traits, we'd never get where we are tonight. So that's why I'm most proud of the team. Obviously, it didn't go in our way. It would have been nice to go into, you know, 2 finals in 2 successive years, but it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, we'll come back hungrier than ever.
What, Brandon?
Coach, in the back, if this was Marta's last game, do you feel that her performance tonight really showed just what she has done throughout her entire career, that determination and never giving up?
Yeah, she's amazing. You know, we saw what she can do in the 94th minute and carry a ball up the field and win ourselves a penalty. You know, she's hungry for these moments like tonight. Obviously, she's disappointed with the result. But yeah, she steps up. Big players step up in these games, and you could see that tonight. She really led the line as a forward. And yeah, she epitomizes what this team's about. You know, all those characteristics that I talk about, you know, she has them in abundance. So when you've got a player with that sort of magnitude and that sort of career, and she's setting the example, it's very easy for players to buy into it.
A tough season, a tough end to the season for the Orlando Pride, but it still a lot of kudos to them for making it to the semifinal before dropping that game last night 1-0 to Gotham FC. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back in to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We have talked a little bit so far today about this Operation Home for the Holidays, this large child rescue operation across the state of Florida. We heard earlier from Attorney General James Uthmeier talking about what all went into this at that news conference in Tampa earlier today. But I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom, because Marie, you got an inside look at this operation as it was happening. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I got to spend 3 days with the U.S. Marshals as they were going about this operation. I also got to talk with people from FDLE and local law enforcement agencies who were partnering up with the U.S. Marshal Service for this operation. And I got to go to what they're calling the Hub, which is the center, the Child Advocacy Center set up that they'd put together specifically for this operation that gave kids access to all sorts of different resources, from medical or mental health help to other sorts of advocacy. So whether they needed contact with DCF, if they needed career training, if they needed basically anything at all, they just had all of this available to them all at once. That was the real push for this particular operation that Marshal Service was doing. So it wasn't just about finding the kids. It was trying to make sure that they have better outcomes in the future. 50% of the kids they find, they know will wind up back out again. They're trying to change that number by actually providing the things that that could take to make a difference for those kids' lives moving forward.
So kind of take us through some of what we are looking at here and what this was like as they were looking for these kids in different places all across the state.
Yeah, I was surprised by how much movies really get it right for the idea of like police or law enforcement officers staking out certain places or looking around or trying to find somebody. It really did feel like that, spending time with these officers, or actually deputies, U.S. Marshal Service, they're called deputies. So we all would meet up at this command center at FDLE headquarters in Orlando. I was with the Orlando branch of this operation. And then you'd talk with people who were gathering information all throughout the day, trying to get tips or trying to make calls maybe to somebody's school or get information from family members who may have seen one of the missing children on the list. Once they get a tip, they go out and kind of meet up all together as a group to form a plan to talk about anything you might need to know. For instance, the last day I was with them, the child we were searching for had several active warrants and had felony warrants in the past. He's a known gang member. He's still a missing and endangered child. So that type of thing is discussed. Just any information that you might need to be aware of before you go into something. Anything that you might not want to do, for instance, because for that particular child, there was a gang affiliation that the marshals knew about. The deputies chose to not just go up and knock on the door that they believed he might potentially be in. So things just get a little bit more complicated than that. Other than that, we would try to make contact with family members. So whether that was going to their last known address and seeing if they're there, seeing if they have any information, or just calling around, everything really has to be approached with sensitivity because a lot of these kids don't want to be found. Some of them don't know that they're in a situation in which they're being taken advantage of. For instance, the day before I joined up with these deputies, there was a child they were able to recover who was living with a boyfriend, person she believed was her boyfriend, who was significantly older than her, something like 3 times her age. So that's a situation where not only is she a minor, and so that would constitute statutory rape if they were having any sort of interaction there, but it's also just a head game that you have to approach with care and with understanding, and then try to get that person resources. So it's kind of a step-by-step, just go about, gather all the information you possibly can in trying to find a missing and endangered child until maybe you actually are able to find them. And then the last step is getting them help. But it was time consuming. There's a lot of time just going around waiting to see, we think they might be in this area, so we're just going to sit here and see if they show up. Or we believe this is their family member's house. Okay, it turns out not to be. What's the address before then? Or do these neighbors know anything about where they may have been if this was their address before? It's just very, very involved and time consuming. And so for this operation over the course of 2 weeks to have resulted in 122 kids being found is honestly astonishing. It's really, really amazing the work that went into it.
And it's you kind of touched on it, but it's all different circumstances. I mean, we're talking a wide range here.
Yeah, that was one of the things the Marshal Service really wanted to emphasize is they know when people hear the term missing and endangered, they probably, like a lot of people jump to assume that it's human trafficking every time. And sometimes it is. That was the case for some of these children, but not all of them. Some of them might have just been kids who ran away. They had a difficult home life, or some of them ran away from their foster homes. And so you have to find them and figure out what led them to do that in the first place. Were they being abused in that household, and that's why they left in the first place? Were they going to see a person that they just wanted to live with because they're teenagers and they might think they're almost adults and can do what they want, and they're just not reporting back with their parents? But it's not an abusive situation. It was their own choice. Turns out they're okay. You got to figure that out either way. And then again, get them counseling to talk about what resources might help them out so that they can be happier in the situation that they're supposed to be in. And then, so it's just all sorts of things. Sometimes it's children leaving of their own accord. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's people being taken advantage of in a way that they don't realize. Sometimes they know they're being taken advantage of and don't know what to do about it. These are children we're talking about. They aren't making the same logical decisions that a person, I mean, their brains aren't fully formed yet, and they have a bunch of hormones going on. So it's just a different approach, and there's all sorts of reasons they might be missing. One of the children that we actually were able to recover that I was there for was somebody who, he was 16 years old. He'd been living with his grandparents for quite some time. Both of his parents are known drug addicts and had had a lot of trouble in the past with the legal system. So he was with his grandparents, but he said he just didn't feel close to them. In the end, it turned out he'd been living with a friend's family. And so he was trying to loosely keep in contact with other family members just to let them know that he was okay, but he didn't want to be found. He was happy where he was. We still have to find him and then determine, okay, he's safe in the situation that he's in, but that's not a legally viable situation unless his grandparents approve for him to stay there. So we have to get him access and a better solution, which they actually did wind up doing after taking him to the hub. That was the Child Advocacy Center setup. So he was able to talk with counselors who were able to get him in, and victims advocates who were able to get him to have a conversation with his grandparents about what to do moving forward. And his situation wound up from where things ended at the end of that operation really tremendous for him. And it was kind of like the best case scenario where all parties involved got to have a conversation and got to work towards a better solution for everyone. And then they'll have continuing access to care in case that child does need counseling or to talk about, you know, their home life, which had not been idyllic if it weren't, I mean, even if it wasn't necessarily the same type of thing that other kids are experiencing, where it's a gang affiliation that led them to run or anything else that you could possibly think of.
What was it like seeing some of those interactions when they finally did, make contact with these children and whoever they were with?
That also varies a ton. I mean, that particular kid who I was just talking about, he was very cooperative. It was kind of like, he said something, I'm forgetting the exact quote, but it was essentially that he knew he was going to be caught eventually. So when the marshals were able to make contact with him by phone and essentially tell him to turn himself in, they were able to arrange a meeting point because he said he knew they were going to get him. He might as well cooperate. And it wound up really working out for the best for him. Other kids, they tried and just never were able to contact. Other kids were still in a rebellious phase and felt like the marshals were interfering with their lives and they just wanted to do whatever they wanted to do and these adults can't tell them anything. It takes a lot to break through to that. That's why the people at the hub have that specialized training, and they have all sorts of different clinical psychologists and people who are trauma informed and people who understand the different developmental stages that children are going through. So for instance, how you might treat or interact with a 9-year-old is going to be different from how you treat or interact with a 16-year-old. So the points of contact initially really vary. Some of the kids are mad. One kid, at least one that I know of in Orlando, wound up running away. The marshals had to chase after him. And then again, a couple of them wound up just kind of essentially turning themselves in after the marshals were able to make contact. But even getting to the point where you make contact takes a lot of work, because again, these kids in some cases ran away or are hiding, or somebody is hiding them. It's not like you just give them a call most of the time and they pick up and say, fine, I'll walk in.
Did anything surprise you seeing this firsthand, or anything?
I think everything about it surprised me. I remember joking with one of our managers saying, oh, it turns out kids are really hard to find, because the first day that I was with the marshals, they were not able to recover anybody in the time frame that I was there. And the third day also, we spent all day trying to find this kid just to come up short. And it makes sense. I mean, that's why they're pouring all of these resources in, and why it's so important to have that available. This particular operation was the second in Florida this year. There was one earlier in the Tampa area that recovered another 60 kids. So you can imagine, I mean, 60 kids recovered there. And in this operation, 122 more. And that's just chipping away at the list. There are lots and lots of missing and endangered children out there in our area that local law enforcement just doesn't always have the resources to be able to go find. Because think about it, as I'm describing, I mean, it is a lot of time and effort. And in some cases, this is dangerous. So that's why the marshals had so many local partners. In one of the operations we were doing that third day, we had assistance from FDLE, the Daytona Beach Police Department. We had officers who were localized but were assisting with FDLE in order to be deployed along with the marshals and provide backup. Some of that is just doing, teams at a time are assigned. You go knock on this door, try to find grandma. You go try to find the brother and see if any of them have information. You go sit at this apartment complex and go around and see if you see anything or if anybody knows anything. Other times it's we need to all come together because we're knocking on a door that we think could be dangerous for us. And so we need people to do backup. There was a huge amount of effort and of resources. And again, that's just not always possible for local law enforcement officers to deal with on a daily basis. So it's really hard to find these kids. That's why it was so incredible to have this huge push to at least try to find as many kids as possible during this operation when we had the resources available.
Fox 35's Marie Edinger, we appreciate you giving us an inside look at this operation, and I'll look forward to seeing more about that coming up on Fox 35 News later today.
That'll be at 5:30, Garrett.
All right, we will stay tuned for that. Marie, thanks. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We are hearing from the family of an inmate who died at Coleman Federal Prison in Wildwood. His name is DJ Totleben. He was 33 years old and from Illinois. Died October 10th. An attorney representing his family says their family received a letter saying that he had been shot. But the family is now wanting more answers. They say they still haven't gotten a whole lot of information about what happened here. They've hired a private medical examiner to independently investigate themselves. Now the attorney is calling on the Department of Justice to investigate as well. And they also anticipate filing a lawsuit against USP Coleman. We heard from attorney Robert Slama and Dwayne Totleben, the inmate's father, who spoke to us recently.
It is against this backdrop that we have asked the Attorney General to get involved and make a determination of any charges that should be brought for the death of this inmate. Now, the family has hired Dr. Anderson, who is a medical examiner who used to be in Orlando, to investigate independently what the ultimate cause of death was and whether or not he received proper and timely medical care following the shooting. The family had received a letter on October 14th, 2025 by the complex warden Shannon D. Withers. Warden Withers in this letter said the following: "We wish to extend our condolences to you regarding the death of your brother, Dwayne Totleben, on October 10th, 2025 at 7:24 p.m. He was pronounced dead at UF Hospital in Leesburg, Florida by Dr. Freiger. The preliminary cause of death is cardiac arrest due to a single gunshot wound in his left shoulder. The Federal Bureau of Prisons is awaiting an autopsy." Following that, they had stated that a copy of the death certificate will be provided to the family. This is the only information that the family has received since then. I have sent a letter to the warden dated October 25th requesting a meeting with the warden and staff in order to provide information regarding the manner of death and ultimately to provide information to us regarding why this inmate was shot. We want to meet with the Inspector General and provide a statement. We want to obtain full accountability and transparency regarding this shooting, which resulted in the inmate's death. Now, it is important to note that it is a very rare occurrence that a weapon is discharged in a prison setting. This case, that is the only information that the family has ultimately been provided. It is their intention to go forward with a lawsuit against the prison, which is called a Bivens action. But first, we need to obtain the necessary information. The IME that is done by Dr. Anderson, which has been begun sometime a couple of weeks ago, will be concluded upon receipt of the full autopsy protocol, so he can examine what it is that has been previously done in the initial autopsy. We have a lot of concerns about this prison, the long-standing problems at this prison, and the concern about ultimately why this inmate would end up dying at their hands from a gunshot wound. Now, the father is the sole survivor. He is located in Illinois, Evansville, Illinois. He has concerns. He has not yet picked up his son's remains, which are at the funeral home or in the under the custody and care of the department. The next steps are, first, we want to have this meeting, and we certainly want to have the department to address our immediate concerns. We want an investigation commenced, and we want the Inspector General involved. The letter that I sent, they had returned it. They refused to accept the letter that we had sent priority mail, and we'll be resending that again. Mr. Dwayne Stephen Tottleben is here, and he would like to explain, when the question was asked, how is the family doing? I would like for him to address that and explain from his perspective how this has hurt him, how it's deprived his family of the love and affection of their son. Their son, by the way, sometimes people think when someone goes to jail, it must mean you're a bad person. There's a lot of young people out there who have gotten caught up in drugs. In fact, one of the things the President of the United States has been working on is stopping the flow of fentanyl and other drugs into this country, which are killing people at a rapid rate. Mr. Tottleben, his family has been affected as well, but his son was a very good young man, with the exception of, like all of us, sometimes we run into things that are a little bit too much for us.
Well, we're all, of course, we're very sad about all of this. You know, he has a 11-year-old sister. She's never going to see him again. I mean, I'm never going to see him again until I'm accepting ashes. We used to work on cars together. We used to do a lot of stuff together that we're never going to do again. You know, we're not going to go fishing no more. We're not going to do anything. And he only had 8.5 years left. It wasn't like he was going to be in there for life.
What sorts of activities did Dwayne like?
He liked to go fishing. He liked to play basketball. We got a basketball rim at the house, stuff. I mean, it's pretty much what a normal kid his age would do. You know, I mean, he did go fishing a lot. We got 2 lakes by our house, but once he got on, it just yeah.
What are your plans for a memorial?
All of our family's going to be getting together and celebrating his life. I mean, we're going to have a celebration of life for him. And there's a lot of people cared about him.
And you're going to be flying down to Florida to pick up the remains. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
And he was cremated?
Yes.
What do you want to tell everyone about? I think you started a GoFundMe page.
Yes. We got a GoFundMe page, Justice for DJ Tottleben, to help well with all the legal bills and whatever else comes from all this. I mean, yeah.
How was the family otherwise handling when you got the news? How was it communicated to you? What did anyone say to you about what had happened?
They just said that he died. Actually, when I initially talked to them, they said he died. They wouldn't tell me how he died, and they the first conversation I had with them, it was on Saturday, and they was pretty much pushing, like, for the cremation. That the very first time I talked to them, they said I need to make my mind up come by Tuesday to let them know what they need to do with him and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't even, I didn't feel like that they was concerned about, that somebody lost their life or does that make sense? I mean, they was more worried about what my plans was to do with him after he was killed, not what led up to it, or any of that.
The last thing that we would like to have happen from this investigation is that at some point, this particular prison, the staff, the accountability, we don't know whether the lockdowns due to the government closures, whether there's staff and personnel issues related to the management itself, but this institution which is a very important institution in the state of Florida, but there needs to be correction and there needs to be action. Of course, the family needs to know what happened and find out why it is that he was shot when he's in their care and custody. When parents know that someone is going off to prison, the standards of that institution are governed by both federal and state law, but more importantly, that their son doesn't return cremated in urns and in a box. That more importantly, they're protected there. These folks are responsible and charged with the care, custody, and protection of the inmates. And so we are asking that this will ultimately be looked into, and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Orlando will commence yet again another investigation, so the family will have not only some closure, but that we're trying to protect the community from any additional problems that may arise at that institution, including the staff and the guards.
Still a lot of questions about what happened there. As you heard, the family looking for some of those answers and expecting perhaps to file a lawsuit, according to the attorney, if they need to get some of those answers. We are also working to get some more answers on that and a response as well from federal prison officials. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Leaders of Florida's House Democratic Caucus held a virtual news conference earlier today where they talked about a number of different topics, and they started by criticizing Florida's Schools of Hope designations and continued push for charter schools. They say essentially it's another attack on Florida's public school system. Here's a little bit of what they had to say about that and some other topics during their virtual news conference earlier today.
Just starting to get the data in now, but we have spoken about this continuously, that this is actually a real estate grab. What we see happening is we see the schools of hope that were sold to the legislature as a way for low performing schools to, have someone come in and save them and, change those lives, the lives of those students. But what we're seeing is they are actually claiming A schools, technical colleges. As a matter of fact, in 5 counties, we got the data from 5 different counties, major counties: Brevard, Broward, Duval, Palm Beach County. only 13% of the schools they claimed are even low performing schools. They're claiming A schools, technical colleges. And what's scary is that, and what infuriates me is that since you and I have been in the legislature and we've been debating vouchers and charter schools, that the Republicans always say the money follows the student. The student deserves that money. Under this model, these hope providers get to go into our buildings rent free. They don't have to pay for any services. They don't have to pay for security. They don't have to contribute to the insurance for the school. They don't have to contribute to the secretaries, to the cafeteria staff, to the custodians. The scariest and most expensive part, they don't have to contribute to the transportation. So students in the charter schools are kept whole, while students in the public school, the traditional public school, are now going to be subsidizing those students. So if money follows the students, those traditional public school students deserve all of their money, and they should not be footing the bill for these charter school students. By the way, these hope providers, they have received hundreds of millions of dollars in grants over the years. We actually have 6 schools of hope. Since 2020, they've received $100 million, and they go anywhere from an A rating to a D rating. So we're not even going to guarantee that they're going to make a difference in the lives of these students. But what scares me is this isn't about the kids. This is about getting free property, free services, and what's even going to be more interesting to see is it was first come, first serve. So who gets those schools? The district is put at a disadvantage because they don't get to say, where are they going? How are we going to share the facility? Who gets this cafeteria time? There is not one guardrail that this legislature put in place. For instance, there should be a mandate that they're on the same calendar as the traditional public school. There should be a mandate that their transportation zones, our districts have worked really hard to reduce their transportation costs. There should be a mandate that they contribute for every expense that they are incurring, from school IDs to we pay to pick up our trash, electricity, everything. It's just, as a lifelong public school champion and a former educator, this is breaking my heart because this is truly, in my opinion, the last nail in the coffin. In 5 counties, they have claimed 30% of all of the schools, portions of space in all of those schools. So the legislature has got to go back. They have to put in guardrails. They have to ensure that traditional public school students, that their funding remains whole, and that successful A schools are not disrupted. And I know I went on a tangent, leader, but I can go on and on. I get so angry and upset.
You're doing great, Rep. Bartleman, and this is why it's so great to have you as our champion on this issue, just with your expertise serving on the school board and as an educator. It means a lot to me as the leader of this caucus, but I think also just for the people of the state of Florida, and hopefully for any parents who might be out there listening, this should be of concern to all of us. Most of Florida students still attend public schools, but what we've seen with the Republicans in the legislature, and by the way, the Republicans have controlled the state house, the state senate, and the governor's mansion for nearly 30 years. What we've seen with Republican leadership is frankly a defunding of our traditional public schools. When I visit schools in my community, I hear from the principals and the teachers, they make magic every day. It's amazing what they're able to do for our young people, even though their resources, frankly, have been dwindling over the years. And yeah, I know there'll be a counter argument saying, but the base student allocation has increased. Yeah, but not as much as it should have because the cost of living has increased. And we know that Florida is 50th in the nation in teacher pay. We know that we don't fund our schools like we should. And I can remember when this bill came up, our caucus, led by Rep. Bartleman, sounded the alarm that this could result in a takeover of all schools, all public schools, not just failing ones. And now this is what we see is happening. So I think it feels disingenuous when I see our Republican colleagues present legislation and we ask the question, could this lead to the takeover of all public schools? And they tell us no, but in practice, this is what we are seeing happen. So if this really is about, yes.
I was going to say, during debate, we told them what the issues were going to be, and every single one of them have come to light. Every single one. They claim ESE centers. I talked to them about program capacity, that you had to exclude ESE centers because they're smaller classroom sizes. I told them you have to include adult students because of technical colleges. We shared all the pitfalls with them, and in spite of that, they tacked this bill onto a budget implementing bill. So it passed without one hearing in the Senate. Without when some
personally, and I think you're right that the legislature should come in and fix this bill because it is having devastating consequences for our schools.
And I was going to say, I'm the first one in my family to graduate from college because of a public school education. I got to college because a group of retired Miami-Dade County public school teachers gave me a 4-year scholarship. And that's why I went into education, because it did change the trajectory of my life. And now we're going to shortchange all of these students. That's not what public education is about. You can make this work. There are charter schools that are currently co-locating in public schools as we speak. And you know how that works? It's because they're both the traditional public school and the charter school. They negotiate. They come in and they negotiate. The charter school pays for all of the services that their students, are using. They pay for their proportionate share of everything. And not only that, in the contract, they're equal partners. Where now the schools of hope, the scale isn't balanced anymore. Like, I remember being a school administrator trying to figure out the cafeteria schedule, the PE schedule for the courts or the gyms, trying to figure out hallways and music. And if you have two schools that don't have to work together because one school gets to do whatever they want, it creates chaos in that building. Absolute chaos. And the fact that they're taking over our highest performing classrooms in our highest performing schools, these are schools that continue to jump through hoops that the Florida legislature creates. They continue to be high performing. Parents are happy. Kids are happy. You're going to totally disrupt those campuses and everything that goes on. If schools of hope are about low performing schools, why in these 5 counties are they only claiming space in 13% of them? That's not what this is about. And it's very sad to me. And there are so many things we can do. On the floor, we said, well, who's going to pay for transportation? I remember bringing that up. And the districts are now required to pay for transportation with, like I told you, no transportation zones. And there is a categorical for transportation, and I know I'm getting in the weeds, but it only pays for 60% of a district's transportation costs, and 40% comes out of general. So they're already operating in a deficit. And now there's no guardrails. They could be transporting kids all over the county. Imagine someone going into your home and saying, I'm taking your extra bedroom. It doesn't matter if you're using it for office space. It doesn't matter if you're going to have a kid in 2 years. I don't care. I'm going to use your kitchen whenever I want. I'm not going to pay for anything in that kitchen. I'm not going to pay to clean. I'm not going to pay for my electricity, the hot water I use, nothing. And you're going to drive me all around for free. Whether you can afford it or not, that's what schools of hope are. And no school should be put in this position. No public school student should be shortchanged. And all they have to do is go back and revisit this, and we can ensure that traditional public school students are made whole, and that's what they need to do.
Thank you, Representative Bartleman.
That was State Representative Robin Bartleman, a Democrat from Weston. This is the State Representative Fintry Driscoll from Tampa, who is the House Minority Leader, speaking during that virtual news conference earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. There's been a lot of talk about potential changes to mortgages and some things that the Trump administration is looking at reportedly to make housing more affordable in a number of different ways. We've heard about the proposed 50-year mortgage and what that might do, obviously lowering monthly payments, but raising the overall costs of interest and that kind of thing. There's also been talk about a potential portable mortgage and what that might mean. That's something that could make housing more affordable, according to experts. But how would that work? What would that mean? Bruce Woodburn, a.k.a. the Loan Arranger, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about that.
50-year mortgage idea, right? You know, people are locked into certain things. Maybe it's a 10-year, maybe it's a 15. Most people on a 30-year mortgage, probably. 50 years seems a little wild. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, think about this, Amy. 50 years ago was 1975. What were the price of houses in 1975? What were the price of goods in 1975? And if you think about it, the lowest interest rate on a mortgage is going to be a 15-year, then a 20, then a 30. Now we're going to add another 20 years to that. So we really think that there's a likelihood that a 50-year mortgage is going to be a little bit of a higher rate. Matter of fact, considerably, about a half a point. And when you take a mortgage, say a $400,000 average mortgage, we're only saving about $136 a month. So I don't know if it's really going to make the difference. If $136 a month is making the difference of whether you getting into a home or not getting into a home, it might be the right thing for you. But I would be very cautious on adding, doing a mortgage for 600 months. That's a long time.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, most people would be happy to survive, whatever that year is that they buy the house, say they're 30 years old, if you add a 50-year mortgage, my goodness, right? I mean, I don't know how many people would be able to ever pay that off.
Well, and most people don't anyway. They only have their mortgage for, on an average, 5 to 7 years, and then they're either refinancing it or they are buying a new home. Now, take that into consideration. So now we've got portability. People want to port their mortgage because they're stuck in the golden handcuffs because they've got a 3% interest rate on their current home and they don't want to move up to the next home and pay 6.5%. And that makes sense. Affordability is our number one issue in the housing market, and the housing market affects all of us in some way or another. So portability has been talked about for a while. I like the idea that the Trump administration is looking for ways to combat affordability. On the other hand, we look at portability. You have to remember that your mortgage is actually tied to your home. It's not tied to you. It doesn't have anything to do with you other than you having the ability to repay that mortgage. So that mortgage is securitized by that property in order to port mortgages that already exist. And nobody's going to want to port a 6.5% mortgage. You're going to want to port a 3.5% mortgage. So that mortgage would have to be rewritten entirely in order for that to happen. So it sounds good, but when it comes to mortgage-backed securities, which are what mortgages are tied to, it doesn't make a lot of sense. If I gave you a CD at 3.5% now, and now you had an opportunity in today's market to get 12%, you'd want that 12%. Banks want to recoup their money. They've got to recoup that money in order to lend more money out. And if it's just following people along, that loan would never pay off.
So, Bruce, one of the things that that people won't pick up and leave a house right now is because they've got this great rate, right? And so they're like, I would love to pick up and move, but I'm not going to go somewhere and double my rate. I mean, so what do? Do they just wait and hope the rates come down? Do you think we'll get that December rate cut?
I honestly, that's really up in the air right now. We thought we were going to have a Fed cut. And if you remember, we were expecting not only a quarter cut on October 29th that we got, but we were expecting the December 10th quarter point cut. And when Chairman Powell announced that that was a foregone conclusion and there was no guarantee that that was going to happen, they are more concerned about inflation, and inflation will erode the economy. So they're more concerned about inflation than they are about dropping the the interest rate. They think it could do more damage. So a lot of the experts are now pulling back on thinking that we're going to hit those 5.5% rates by, the end of the first quarter or the beginning of the second quarter of next year. Now it's not quite sure that that's going to happen. However, Fannie Mae did announce some good news. They got rid of the credit score of 620. So there's no longer a floor of 620. So that's going to help some borrowers that may have been sitting on the fence with credit scores on a conventional loan. Keeping in mind that FHA and VA still are more flexible on credit, but Fannie Mae did relax the rules a little bit, and that starts today.
Interesting conversation to have and to learn about. And we want to take another look at another financial topic, and that's 401ks. And we had on Good Day Orlando this morning Ted Rossman, who's a senior industry analyst with Bankrate, who talked about some of the changes and some things to keep in mind when about your 401k when you're transferring new jobs. When you go from one job to another, you have an employer-sponsored 401k at the one job. Ted gave us the 3 ways to stay on top of those retirement funds when you are changing jobs, moving to a new employer. Interesting conversation earlier today on GDO.
You're at a workplace, right? And then you've invested a lot into your 401k. You leave that job and then you go to another one. What are some of the things you need to keep in mind when you want to transfer that 401k?
It is possible in many cases to leave the old 401k where it is with the previous employer's administrator. You may want to move it over, though, just for convenience's sake and streamlining everything. So you roll that into your new 401k or into an individual retirement account that you manage. It's important to know that you don't want to take custody of these funds. There can be taxes and penalties if you wait too long. It's best to do what's called a trustee to trustee transfer. So if you want to move money from the old 401k to the new one, have the companies work it out directly without you taking custody of the money. You can work with the new 401k provider on some of the paperwork. You can do a lot of it online. It's definitely good to keep tabs on this money, though, because research shows that trillions of dollars are just sitting around in forgotten old 401k accounts. So you want to make sure you know what to do with it.
Didn't have trillions, but I did do exactly what you just talked about. About 10 years ago, I had a 401k. I completely forgot about it, Ted. And then about a year ago, I get this letter saying, hey, you have X amount in this 401k that I had completely forgotten about. So what are some ways to stay on top of your retirement funds when you do change jobs?
That's one of the pros in favor of moving it over into a new account that you consolidate. So rather than having 4, 5, 6 old 401k accounts from all these former employers, it is possible to leave the money where it is, but it often makes more sense to streamline and either open up an individual retirement account that you can manage on your own or put it into the new workplace's retirement plan. Then you get all your money in one place. It's important to look for low fees as well. I tend to be of the mind that the best investing strategy is one that focuses on the long haul. Keep your fees low. Maybe just invest in a diversified mix of index funds and basically just match market returns over time. It's not so much about beating the market, because that's really hard to do over the long haul, but time in the market. The danger to pulling the money out is you lose that compounding. If your money's growing 10% a year, it's doubling roughly every 7 years. And the younger you are, the more of those doubling periods you have. If you're in your 20s, by the time you retire, every dollar you invest might be $30, $40, $50, sometimes even more. So it's really important to stay the course with the market. Don't forget about that hard-earned money that you set aside.
And very quickly, before we let you go, 59.5 is when you can start making that draw, right? Should you wait? Should you take it at that time? And let's say you decide not to wait. Very quickly, what could you do with that money?
It's often better to wait. You don't have to start tapping the money until your 70s, so it often makes sense to wait and let it grow.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. Have we seen Marta's last game with the Orlando Pride? That is certainly a potential. The Pride lost yesterday in the NWSL semifinals, 1-0, the final score to Gotham FC. It was a tough end to the season, but another good season and another good playoff push by the Orlando Pride. Here's what Marta had to say after the game.
Well, of course, we are disappointed, At the end of the game, I was pretty sure that we're going to play 30 more minutes. And I was talking to my players to be smart, like not do stupid things, because they was tired. We was tired, but I saw they was more tired than us. So for me, there was more comfortable play 30 more minutes and take a risk and to go and score a goal or do exactly what happened in the end of the situation. Even I think, and many people think, I don't know if I need to see again what happened, but from the field, I did see there was a fault. But we need to be smart. We can't give so easy, free kicks like that, especially in the end of the game. But honestly, my feeling, I'm sorry. I was feeling that the referee was looking for find something like that for mess up. I'm sorry, but there was a mess. There was no fault. We should lose the game anyways, but not in this way. So this is my feeling. This is what I think about this game. Of course, there was a hard game, open options. The game was open for both sides, but honestly, should know that done like that.
We'll open a question. We'll start with Austin in the room.
Marta, just kind of going off of that with just the tightness of the game back and forth the whole entire time. Just what is it about this Gotham team that all these games that you guys have played against in the last couple of years have always been very close and decided by fine margins like that?
No, they have a good team. Of course, they have a good team, but we need to, what I see that we missed today. There was I don't know, just be a little bit more aggressive. Most of the time when we was aggressive in the first ball and second ball, we have the success. And of course, we need to score, guys. We have maybe 2 good chances in this game. At least one, we need to score. We need to put the ball in. It's only what I can say to you guys now. It's really hard to talk after a game like that. I still try to understand why we lose like that, beside the free kick. But after they score, we had a very nice chance and should score too. But the goalkeeper did very, very well. So congrats to them and good luck in the final.
Marta, I know you were saying it's difficult to look back when you're so fresh off the game, but when you try to put the season in perspective, just going through all that this team went through, the ups and the downs, the expectations that you carried, the fight that you showed, even though it didn't end your way, how do you sort of wrap your head around the season that this team has been through?
Well, guys, we play in the best league. And we need to deal with ups and downs in this league because even the best team in this year, they lose against them, so.
A tough end of the season for Marta, and you could hear some of her frustration over the foul call at the end of the game that set up that free kick that resulted in the game-winning goal for Gotham FC. We are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Florida Law.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours. We still have 1 hour ahead of us, and if you're just now joining us here on the TV side, we really appreciate it. We do have a lot to get to in this next hour. I want to let you know some of what we've got coming up for you. We are marking 14 years since the disappearance of Michelle Parker, last seen on this day in 2011. Still no answers in her disappearance. A lot of questions for her family. We expect to be speaking shortly with the mother of Michelle Parker, who's going to be joining us live via Zoom. In our Tampa connection, details on a hit-and-run driver who plowed into a mobile home. Quite the situation there. We'll have those details for you coming up in the Tampa connection with Fox 13's Nancy Gay. We are also going to be talking about taking to Tallahassee, where lawmakers are preparing to consider property tax proposals in the state legislature. We are going to be joined by State Representative Toby Overdorf, who is the co-chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. They are scheduled to meet later this week and start looking at some of those proposals. So we will talk with him about that. We're also going to take you inside the largest child rescue operation in history, the results of which were announced earlier today in Tampa. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger had the chance to ride along with US Marshals as they did that operation over a couple of weeks span. Marie was there for several days, had the chance to speak with her earlier about that, and we will get into that. She got a first-hand look at that operation, a number of different circumstances, different reasons for those missing and endangered children across the state, that 122 of them have now been rescued, according to state leaders. So we will have more on that coming up in just a little bit. But we do begin today by marking the 14th anniversary of the disappearance of Michelle Parker. Like I said earlier, last seen on this day, November 17th of 2011, had dropped her children off at her ex-fiance's house. It was the same day she appeared on The People's Court, an episode with her ex-fiance in a dispute over an engagement ring. And he was named at one point a person of interest in this case, but has never faced charges. And so again, 14 years now since that disappearance. And I want to bring in Yvonne Stewart, who is the mother of Michelle Parker, and joins us live now via Zoom. And Yvonne, we appreciate you joining us today. I know it has to be a difficult day, and so I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us here on Florida Live today.
Well, I appreciate you remembering her. And yeah, it's a hard day. It's a hard day for us, honestly, every day. But when the anniversaries kick in, it's just so unbelievable that 14 years has gone by.
How, I would imagine, you talk about how every day is difficult. And I would imagine, given the circumstances and the questions that surround, that this day has kind of changed in some ways over the years. How is this day different now as the years continue to pass without any more answers?
Well, today I have accepted that she's not just missing, that we're not ever going to find her alive. So we've accepted that. And in all honesty, I've been playing Jason Aldean songs all day long because that was her favorite. And I did go do some Christmas ornament shopping, just kind of to stay busy. And I'm just going to honor her by talking to you today. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys haven't forgotten.
What was Michelle like? And on a day like today, what do you want people to know about her, and how would you like her to be remembered?
I think all the people that ever met her knew what a energizing bubble she was, and how fun and kind of mischievous and loved to play jokes on people. And she was just beautiful inside and out. She was very giving. She wasn't a selfish person at all. And she loved her children more than anything in the world, you know? So she would never have left voluntarily on those kids. So remember that.
How do her children handle a day like today?
I honestly, I haven't spoken with them today, and I only have contact with Austin, her oldest one, who was 11 at the time. And he really doesn't like to talk about it. I think it's too painful for him. And he was so young when it happened. He was 11. So he has a memory of her, whereas the other two children, the twins, they were 3.5 at the time. And I really don't think they remember her, but we have a lot of photographs to show them, and they know that she really existed and she adored them.
How hard is it not knowing what happened? I know you said you've kind of come to grips, unfortunately, with the fact that you don't believe she is alive any longer, but how difficult is it just not knowing what happened?
I really don't have words to describe it. It's just an unfinished, the end of the knot that isn't tied. And I don't know that we'll ever know what really happened. And I don't know that maybe God wants me to know every detail, So basically, it's just she's not coming back yet. So I'm waiting to go to heaven, and I hope to see her then.
How do you and how have you kept going all these years?
I have 2 other children. Thank God for that, because I want to be here for them, and we all had to go through this together, and that's what kept me going.
Have you ever heard any more from, or are you still in contact with investigators? Do they have any update for you, or from time to time any additional advances or progress or anything?
I talked with them today, and I talked with them last week. So they're delving into some other things right now that they can't tell me about. It's not over yet, Garrett.
It's not over yet. Do you have hope that at some point there will be answers?
Yes, I definitely have hope. And I spoke with Drew Kessie, and he's getting answers now. So it's not impossible.
Yeah, we've had Drew on the show as well, talking with him about Jennifer's case, and that it has to be encouraging in some ways to see progress made in other cases after years, because you would think that as the years pass, it becomes almost impossible, but that's not necessarily the case, and that has to give you some encouragement.
Yes, it does. It does, and I'm so happy for the Kessie family. And I remember the first day I went to OPD, and they took us up to this room that was locked, and they had to let you in. And I didn't know what homicide meant. And Jennifer's picture was right there on the window. And I think, in all honesty, that's when I sat down and I was like, oh my God, this could be us. And as it turned out, it was Michelle. So as much as it hurts us, it was so unfair to her.
What is the bottom line here, Yvonne, when people see this? You talked about keeping her memory alive and the way that the ways big and small that you have done that over the years. What do you want people out there to know?
I guess just to know that there's somebody missing, and that there's someone out there who knows what happened, and just pray and hope that we can get some closure.
If someone out there does know something, what would you say to them?
I would ask them to let us call Crime Line, call Orlando Police Department, and tell them what you know and make it right. Do an honorable thing for a family who's still grieving.
What would that mean to you after all these years to, even if not closure, to at least have some of those answers that you've been denied for so many years?
I guess I'll have to wait till that day comes, and then I'll let you know how it feels, because I don't know how it's going to feel.
Yvonne Stewart, the mother of Michelle Parker, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today, and our hearts go out to you and your family on what I'm sure is a difficult day. So I appreciate you taking the time and talking with us today.
Well, I appreciate you guys too. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a DJ that was shot and killed Friday night in Ybor City was remembered yesterday by his friends and family. We're told that DJ Dedrick Sykes, who also went by the name DJ Shy, was a regular at 7th and Grove in Ybor City, and he was killed when shots rang out near East 5th Avenue and North 22nd Street on Friday evening. Now, police are saying that the shooting was a road rage incident and that there was an argument between the shooter and Dedrick Sykes moments before gunshots erupted. However, police did not elaborate about what that argument was about. Investigators said that Sykes was taken to an area hospital where he later died. And as I mentioned yesterday, his friends and family gathered at 7th and Grove and toasted to him. Now, we are told that the shooter is an adult man who stayed at the scene and is cooperating with police. Now, according to Tampa police, the shooter is claiming self-defense, but we do not not have any details as to why he is saying that shooting was self-defense. Earlier today, the Tampa Police Department sent out a statement asking people not to share unverified or inaccurate information about the shooting online. That statement went on to say that the shooter in this incident was not a current on-duty, off-duty, or retired Tampa police officer or other local law enforcement officer. Investigators said that they will continue coordinating with the state attorney's office to determine the appropriate course of action and to determine what charges, if any, may be applicable in this incident. Again, anybody with any information on the shooting is being asked to call the Tampa Police Department or to submit an anonymous tip through tip 411. Garrett?
Way too often, Nancy, that we are talking about incidents like this, and just another reminder of the toll that and of what can happen sometimes when you're talking about road rage incidents. Things really can get out of hand very quickly, and here someone's dead.
Yeah, exactly. And this happened pretty early on Friday evening, so it wasn't something that happened super late at night or super early in the morning. So again, Tampa police, they're not saying what led to the shooting. They are just saying that the shooter as well as that DJ got into some sort of argument. We don't know what that argument was about, but they are saying that this was a road rage shooting. But again, that shooter is saying that it happened in self-defense, so there are still a lot of questions left in this incident.
And probably a while till we get some answers for that as well. In situations like these, it often is a little bit until we kind of get a clearer picture of what exactly transpired. Our second story in the Tampa connection, Nancy, and that takes us to Pinellas Park.
Yes, on Saturday night, a Pinellas Park couple says a truck barreled through their mobile home and they are simply lucky to be alive. This did happen around 11 p.m. on Saturday night. And Michelle Smith and Nathan Fountain said the pickup truck clipped a fire truck responding to another call, and then it jumped the median and slammed right into their mobile home, pinning them against a wall. The impact, they say, shifted the home off its foundation, leaving the couple displaced. Now, Smith says the only belongings that they were able to save were her books and a phone charger. Now, Garrett, after the crash, the driver actually took off. So Pinellas Park police, they are still looking for the driver who plowed into this mobile home park. That being said, one of the people who was in the car at the time of the crash was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. But again, that driver is still on the run. Pinellas Park police, they are searching for that driver. And that couple, they are now staying with neighbors because they are clearly unable to stay in their home after this crash that happened on Saturday night. Now, anybody with any information on this crash or the identity or whereabouts of that driver is being asked to call the Pinellas Park Police Department. Garrett?
Gosh, just looking at that video, seeing the damage that it did, it really is a miracle in some ways that they are alive.
Yeah, it is definitely a miracle that this couple is still alive. They said that they were just getting ready to go to bed when all of a sudden this truck came plowing through their mobile home. And again, that driver did not stay at the scene. The driver took off, but somehow one of their passengers, we don't have a whole lot of information. It's unclear if that passenger got out of the truck at the crash scene or went to the hospital later on and said they were involved in this crash. But we do know that while that driver is still on the run, a passenger who was in that truck did suffer non-life-threatening injuries, and that person was taken to an area hospital. But as of right now, that driver has not been arrested.
Wow. Finally, Nancy, and that is the hope that some new images will help with an unsolved murder out of Bradenton.
Yeah, it's been a little over a year since a Bradenton mother of 4 was gunned down in her own driveway as she returned home from buying groceries. Bradenton police, they did release new surveillance video, hoping that somebody will come forward and allow them to make arrests. Now, 43-year-old mother of 4, Yolanda Baxcaje Flores, was shot and killed as she pulled into her driveway along 15th Avenue East. As I mentioned, she was coming home from the grocery store. Now, detectives say that they have have identified several people of interest. However, they do need more information, and they're hoping the community can help them get that information. The police department released this home surveillance video from near 14th Avenue East and 21st Street East. In it, you can see a parked car near the intersection, and while the driver stays inside, 3 people get out and they run toward 15th Avenue East. Police said more than 30 rounds were fired from several weapons at that point. Then the suspects returned to the car and drove away. Now, there is an $8,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in this case, and anybody who has any information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Garrett?
All right, gosh. A scary situation there. Hopefully that new video will help raise up some leads, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the police, they are hoping that somebody will recognize someone or be able to just give them a call and give them some type of tips that leads to the people who did gun down this mother of 4. Again, she was not involved. The police say she was not involved in anything. They don't believe the suspects knew her. They don't believe she was targeted. They just simply said she was coming home from the grocery store, and that's when she happened to be shot and killed. So they are hoping that somebody comes forward with some information on this crime.
Yeah, gosh, we certainly hope so. Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us today with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. State lawmakers this week are getting ready to discuss property tax reduction and elimination proposals. This is a part of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. They're scheduled to meet on Thursday morning in Tallahassee and begin discussing those 8 measures that have been proposed, those resolutions that could wind up on your ballot next year. So I want to bring in State Representative Toby Overdorf, who is a Republican from Palm City and also the co-chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. And Representative Overdorf, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
There has been a lot of talk and a lot of anticipation about this property tax issue, and now we know that some of the work you did in the last legislative session kind of laid the groundwork for this, and we are now getting ready to head into the upcoming legislative session, have these interim committee meetings going on right now. Can you just let folks know what to expect with the discussion starting on Thursday morning?
Well, as you said, we have 8 proposals that are coming forward. 7 of them are House joint resolutions, and 1 of them is a regular old House bill. The House joint resolutions, once voted on by a supermajority of the House and a supermajority of the Senate, could end up on your ballot next fall. And we'll see what happens with those. We're in the early stages in those discussions, and we're putting these proposals together based on research that we've done over the last 10 months or so. And these are meetings that we have had from Key West to Pensacola and everywhere in between with local governments, local stakeholders, everyday people, special districts, firefighters, policemen, teachers, all across the board. We've had these meetings. And so we've gained this information, gathered the material, and there is a real desire to be able to have a little bit more money in your pocket. And that takes property tax reform. That property tax reform will come in a variety of different ways, whether it be exemptions, whether it be categorical eliminations, or in other manners. So that's what we're really in the process of discussing right now and putting those items together.
You know, with these different proposals, some of them in some ways almost seem to kind of contradict each other. Do you think this approach of taking all of them and seeing what voters kind of have the appetite for, do you think that's the correct course of action when you're talking about something like this?
Well, as we've stated since the beginning, we really want to put this in the hands of voters, and voters are not dumb. I mean, they will analyze, they will look at different items, and they will certainly see what it is they want to put forward. And that's, as a result, is what we are putting forward here. A bunch of different proposals that they can then analyze and figure out. Now, are we going to have 7 different House joint resolutions on the ballot at the end? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is the first hearing we're going to be having on Thursday. I expect that there'll be a hefty amount of public comment. I also expect that there's going to be a variety of comment from our 37-member panel. And as a result, we will see what rises to the top and how we're going to be actually moving ahead with these House joint resolutions.
You talk about some of the work that was done, the previous meetings, the research. Just talk about what kind of stood out to you and what you learned that is really kind of going to inform how this committee moves forward when it comes to the impacts of eliminating or reducing property taxes and how it can safely and responsibly be done.
Couple of different things that really jumped out at me. Number one, over the last 3 years, we've seen an increase of $18 billion in tax revenue that's been collected. This is a tremendous amount of money that is an unprecedented growth to it. We've also seen that currently we're seeing ad valorem taxes be almost $60 billion across our state. We run our entire state on our state budget here in the Capitol at about $112 billion. Now you're looking at $60 billion just in ad valorem taxes collected by our local governments. I don't think it needs to be that high whatsoever. Am I saying that there are ways that we can tighten our belts out there? Absolutely. I think that local government, local municipalities can in fact tighten their belts. I asked the question in my committee and the 37 members, can you please tell me, anybody here, can you raise your hands please, if you can tell me any municipalities, any counties that have actually lowered the amount of revenue that they're collecting over the last 5 years? I had 3 different municipalities. That was it. There's 411 municipalities, 67 counties, and only 3 of them were able to lower their property taxes collected over the last 5 years. That's insane. That's a lot of money that's being brought in. There's no reason that Floridians need to bear that just out of their own pockets. We need to be able to put more money back in the pockets of Floridians. And that's what the Florida House is focused on under the direction of our Speaker, Danny Perez, and so many others that are working very hard to make sure that Floridians have money back in their pockets.
Because we've heard a lot from not just lawmakers, but folks across the state who say the affordability is such a big issue And it is something that folks are really concerned about in a lot of ways across the state of Florida. I'd imagine that's something that you hear from your constituents as well.
Well, I've been fortunate enough to work with the Florida House on the reforms that we had for homeowners insurance and looking at tort reform there. We've also seen reforms associated with automobile insurance. We're seeing both of those rates now going down as a result of that work. I would like to see similar results happen with property tax now that we're also seeing the work that we're doing there. And hopefully we'll have the items on the ballot next fall that will in fact allow for this to happen, and that the Floridians will say, you know what, I really want to do that, and I'm going to vote for this, and we'll get 60% plus one in order to be able to have that happen.
Governor DeSantis has been pretty vocal during this process. He's been outspoken about a number of things. Today, he posted on Twitter and was criticizing Representative Porras's resolution, his proposal to exempt those over 65, called it a non-starter. He's also been critical just of the way the House Speaker has kind of handled this and the way that the House is moving forward with these proposals. Is that back and forth between the governor and state lawmakers, is that helpful, or does that make this process more difficult for you?
Look, we are focused on doing the work, and we're focused on making sure that we have the data, that we have the information available to the Floridian residents. And we would welcome, and we have asked for, a proposal from the governor. At this point in time, the only thing that we've received is the criticism from his office. We have had some conversations about their Doge efforts. In fact, they came and did a great presentation, and we welcome them. And we would welcome the governor to go ahead and give us a proposal, and we'll certainly be able to look at that and see how it squares up and all the rest. But at this point in time, the only legislative branch that has put forward any kind of a tax proposal is in fact the Florida House. And we're still waiting for the executive branch proposal, and hopefully in the coming days that we will receive that, and we'll be able to look at that and see what we can do to incorporate some of those suggestions there.
As this moves forward, what would your message be to folks? Well, first of all, to maybe local governments who might be concerned about losing some revenue and continuing to fund services that they have right now for constituents, and separately, what is your message for constituents and folks across Florida who may be concerned about seeing other tax increases or fees that may be added to make up for some of that revenue that would be lost through this?
Well, first of all, in order to make up for this revenue, many people have suggested a consumptive tax, potentially increasing a sales tax. If, in fact, we abolished all property taxes, you would see that sales tax would really be the only way that we can pay for some of these services. And my data has told us that we would be raising sales tax to 12 to 16%. And I just don't find that would allow for our retail to continue in the manner that it is. And we'd see people in North Florida that are adjacent to Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia shopping in other states in order to do their regular old shopping. And you see a massive exodus of retail. So I don't know that is a financially feasible way of handling this. That being said, what I'm telling all of my constituents and local government, please stay involved. Get with us, talk with us, get us your proposals, get us your thoughts on this. We are still taking that data in. We are wide open to that data. I've, again, been doing proposals all across the state and will continue to do so. I'll continue to do so all the way through the time that this is actually on the ballot, and that next November comes around and we're able to get one of these items to pass, or all of them. We'll see what happens. And so I'm committed to this. I'm committed to providing information. I'm committed to talking with our local governments, all the municipalities. So the Florida House is really looking to work hard to make sure that we're putting money back in the pockets of Floridians.
Florida would be the at the forefront of this, across the country. I'm just curious from a perspective of a lawmaker like yourself. There are a lot of times when you're making decisions, you have other places to maybe look to, places that have done this before, places, with data from real world applications and seeing how, decisions have impacted places and this kind of thing. I'm just curious about kind of being the first to do this and how that makes this process even more difficult in some ways.
Well, this may come across as somewhat Floridian, but Florida leads the way. And this has been something that we have done in multitude of areas, whether it be in DEI, whether it be in education, where we are first in school choice, and now we're leading the nation in education, whether it be in higher ed, where we have kept our tuition low and we have been able to, again, now lead the country in education, whether it be in the environment, where we're now literally going out and restoring the Everglades and doing things that people never thought were going to happen. Florida certainly leads the way right and left in policy, and we usually back up that policy with the deeds and the items that we do here. I mean, we now have bills that we're dealing with internet and dealing with gaming, dealing with our youth associated with that, dealing with pornography and limiting what our youth can see. Well, Florida has led the way. We will continue to lead the way. And this is just another area in property taxes that we will lead the way, set the example, and most likely have many other states follow the example.
Representative Toby Oberdorf, Republican from Palm City and the co-chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. Really enjoyed having you on and talking with you about this. And we will look forward to seeing what comes out of your committee's work during this interim session and also during the upcoming legislative session. So we appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been with us throughout the afternoon on Fox Local, we have talked about Operation Home for the Holidays and heard from the Attorney General earlier today holding a news conference in Tampa where he announced that 122 children were rescued. They made 6 felony arrests as they searched for missing and endangered children all across the state of Florida in a number of areas. Well, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger got an inside look at this operation. She was with US Marshals as they went on this operation recently and talked with us earlier about what she saw and how this operation went down.
Yeah, I got to spend 3 days with the US Marshals as they were going about this operation. I also got to talk with people from FDLE and local law enforcement agencies who were partnering up with the US Marshal Service for this operation. And I got to go to what they're calling the Hub, which is the center, the Child Advocacy Center set up that they'd put together specifically for this operation that gave kids access to all sorts of different resources, from medical or mental health help to other sorts of advocacy. So whether they needed contact with DCF, if they needed career training, if they needed basically anything at all, they just had all of this available to them all at once. That was the real push for this particular operation that Marshal Service was doing. So it wasn't just about finding the kids. It was trying to make sure that they have better outcomes in the future. 50% of the kids they find, they know will wind up back out again. They're trying to change that number by actually providing the things that that could take to make a difference for those kids' lives moving forward.
So kind of take us through some of what we are looking at here and what this was like as they were looking for these kids in different places all across the state.
Yeah, I was surprised by how much movies really get it right for the idea of like police or law enforcement officers staking out certain places or looking around or trying to find somebody. It really did feel like that, spending time with these officers, or actually deputies, excuse me, US Marshal Service, they're called deputies. So we all would meet up at this command center at FDLE headquarters in Orlando. I was with the Orlando branch of this operation. And then you'd talk with people who were gathering information all throughout the day, trying to get tips or trying to make calls maybe to somebody's school or get information from family members who may have seen one of the missing children on the list. Once they get a tip, they go out and kind of meet up all together as a group to form a plan to talk about anything you might need to know. For instance, the last day I was with them, the child we were searching for had several active warrants and had felony warrants in the past. He's a known gang member. He's still a missing and endangered child. So that type of thing is discussed. Just any information that you might need to be aware of before you go into something. Anything that you might not want to do, for instance, because for that particular child, there was a gang affiliation that the marshals knew about. The deputies chose to not just go up and knock on the door that they believed he might potentially be in. So things just get a little bit more complicated than that. Other than that, we would try to make contact with family members. So whether that was going to their last known address and seeing if they're there, seeing if they have any information, or just calling around, everything really has to be approached with sensitivity because a lot of these kids don't want to be found. Some of them don't know that they're in a situation in which they're being taken advantage of. For instance, the day before I joined up with these deputies, there was a child they were able to recover who was living with a person she believed was her boyfriend, who was significantly older than her, something like 3 times her age. So that's a situation where not only is she a minor, and so that would constitute statutory rape if they were having any sort of interaction there, but it's also just a head game that you have to approach with care and with understanding, and then try to get that person resources. So it's kind of a step-by-step, just go about, gather all the information you possibly can in trying to find a missing and endangered child until maybe you actually are able to find them. And then the last step is getting them help. But it was time consuming. There's a lot of time just going around waiting to see, we think they might be in this area, so we're just going to sit here and see if they show up. Or we believe this is their family member's house. Okay, it turns out not to be. What's the address before then? Or do these neighbors know anything about where they may have been if this was their address before? It's just very, very involved and time consuming. And so for this operation over the course of 2 weeks to have resulted in 122 kids being found is honestly astonishing. It's really, really amazing the work that went into it.
And you kind of touched on it, but it's all different circumstances. I mean, we're talking a wide range here.
Yeah, that was one of the things the Marshal Service really wanted to emphasize is they know when people hear the term missing and endangered, they probably, like a lot of people jump to assume that it's human trafficking every time. And sometimes it is. That was the case for some of these children, but not all of them. Some of them might have just been kids who ran away. They had a difficult home life, or some of them ran away from their foster homes. And so you have to find them and figure out what led them to do that in the first place. Were they being abused in that household and that's why they left in the first place? Were they going to see a person that they just wanted to live with because they're teenagers and they might think they're almost adults and can do what they want and they're just not reporting back with their parents, but it's not an abusive situation, it was their own choice, turns out they're okay. You got to figure that out either way. And then again, get them counseling to talk about what resources might help them out so that they can be happier in the situation that they're supposed to be in. And then, so it's just all sorts of things. Sometimes it's children leaving of their own accord. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's people being taken advantage of in a way that they don't realize. Sometimes they know they're being taken advantage of and don't know what to do about it. These are children we're talking about. They aren't making the same logical decisions that a person, I mean, their brains aren't fully formed yet and they have a bunch of hormones going on. So it's just a different approach, and there's all sorts of reasons they might be missing. One of the children that we actually were able to recover that I was there for was somebody who, he was 16 years old. He'd been living with his grandparents for quite some time. Both of his parents are known drug addicts and had had a lot of trouble in the past with the legal system. So he was with his grandparents, but he said he just didn't feel close to them. In the end, it turned out he'd been living with a friend's family. And so he was trying to loosely keep in contact with other family members just to let them know that he was okay, but he didn't want to be found. He was happy where he was. We still have to find him and then determine, okay, he's safe in the situation that he's in, but that's not a legally viable situation unless his grandparents approve for him to stay there. So we have to get him access and a better solution, which they actually did wind up doing after taking him to the hub. That was the Child Advocacy Center setup. So he was able to talk with counselors who were able to get him in, and victims advocates who were able to get him to have a conversation with his grandparents about what to do moving forward. And his situation wound up from where things ended at the end of that operation really tremendous for him. And it was kind of like the best case scenario where all parties involved got to have a conversation and got to work towards a better solution for everyone. And then they'll have continuing access to care in case that child does need counseling or to talk about, you know, their home life, which had not been idyllic if it weren't, I mean, even if it wasn't necessarily the same type of thing that other kids are experiencing, where it's a gang affiliation that led them to run or anything else that you could possibly think of.
What was it like seeing some of those interactions when they finally did, you know, make contact with these children and whoever they were with?
That also varies a ton. I mean, that particular kid who I was just talking about, he was very cooperative. It was kind of like, he said something, I'm forgetting the exact quote, but it was essentially that he knew he was going to be caught eventually. So when the marshals were able to make contact with him by phone and essentially tell him to turn himself in, they were able to arrange a meeting point because he said he knew they were going to get him. He might as well cooperate. And it wound up really working out for the best for him. Other kids, they tried and just never were able to contact. Other kids were still in a rebellious phase and felt like the marshals were interfering with their lives and they just wanted to do whatever they wanted to do and these adults can't tell them anything. It takes a lot to break through to that. That's why the people at the hub have that specialized training, and they have all sorts of different clinical psychologists and people who are trauma informed and people who understand the different developmental stages that children are going through. So for instance, how you might treat or interact with a 9-year-old is going to be different from how you treat or interact with a 16-year-old. So the points of contact initially really vary. Some of the kids are mad. One kid, at least one that I know of in Orlando, wound up running away. The marshals had to chase after him. And then again, a couple of them wound up just kind of essentially turning themselves in after the marshals were able to make contact. But even getting to the point where you make contact takes a lot of work because again, these kids in some cases ran away or are hiding, or somebody is hiding them. It's not like you just give them a call most of the time and they pick up and say, fine, I'll walk in.
Did anything surprise you seeing this firsthand, or anything?
I think everything about it surprised me. I remember joking with one of our managers saying, oh, it turns out kids are really hard to find, because the first day that I was with the Marshals, they were not able to recover anybody in the time frame that I was there. And the third day also, we spent all day trying to find this kid just to come up short. And it makes sense. I mean, that's why they're pouring all of these resources in, and why it's so important to have that available. This particular operation was the second in Florida this year. There was one earlier in the Tampa area that recovered another 60 kids. So you can imagine, I mean, 60 kids recovered there. And in this operation, 122 more. And that's just chipping away at the list. There are lots and lots of missing and endangered children out there in our area that local law enforcement just doesn't always have the resources to be able to go find. Because think about it, as I'm describing, I mean, it is a lot of time and effort. And in some cases, this is dangerous. So that's why the Marshals had so many local partners. In one of the operations we were doing that third day, we had assistance from FDLE, the Daytona Beach Police Department. We had officers who were localized but were assisting with FDLE in order to be deployed along with the Marshals and provide backup. Some of that is just doing, teams at a time are assigned. You go knock on this door, try to find grandma. You go try to find the brother and see if any of them have information. You go sit at this apartment complex and go around and see if you see anything or if anybody knows anything. Other times it's we need to all come together because we're knocking on a door that we think could be dangerous for us. And so we need people to do backup. It was a huge, huge amount of effort and of resources. And again, that's just not always possible for local law enforcement officers to deal with on a daily basis. So it's really hard to find these kids. That's why it was so incredible to have this huge, huge push to at least try to find as many kids as possible during this operation when we had the resources available.
It was a large operation over 2 weeks. According to officials, they recovered 57 children in the Tampa Bay region, 14 in Orlando, 22 in Jacksonville, 29 in Fort Myers. They also went into 9 other states for the rescues of those children as well, ranging in ages from 23 months to 17 years old. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more after this. Live look right now at Kia Center, the new home of a new indoor football league team. They're the Orlando Pirates, relocating from Massachusetts, where the Massachusetts Pirates have been in the IFL and now coming to Central Florida, starting with the 2026 season. Heard earlier from some Orlando Pirates officials, a player, and the Greater Orlando Sports Commission talking about the impact of the new IFL team, calling Orlando home.
Oh yeah, just being dominant on the field, being a vocal leader out there, someone get the crowd involved. But ultimately, I talk a lot with my play. I'm not just the most outgoing guy in terms of just talking and stuff like that, but my play is loud, but I play to dominate.
So, tell me about the team moving to Orlando. I mean, what comes to your head? I know you said you were excited because your family and your wife said she wanted to go to Disney in the park. So,
it's exciting for me just from being in the South. We were in Massachusetts last year. You know, it's a big adjustment. It's colder out there. It's a lot of snow. But in the South, football is different. You know, everyone loves football in the South. So this is an environment that I'm used to. So I'm just looking forward to being a part of it.
Tell me about you. Now you're the first-time head coach, right?
Yeah. So just announced. So an inaugural head coach of the Orlando Pirates, first coach ever in the Orlando Pirates history. So to be able to come to Orlando, where I live, it's an amazing experience, and my heart is full.
So the team is already set. Are you going to start recruiting more players?
Yeah, so we don't play until the end of March, and so we're going to start recruiting players. We're going to start building the roster, getting players from the Florida area, all in the South, and just get out and about in the community and really build this brand the right way.
So what do you wish to accomplish with this team? I know we always say about winning, but it's also about the community.
Yeah, so we want to win on the field, but we also want to win off the field too. So we want to win a championship in the Kia Center, but we also want to be great and win a championship off the field. In the school systems, with the youth, without, with everybody in Orlando, we want to make sure that they know the Orlando Pirates name and logo, and we want to make sure we're representing them in the right way.
Can you tell me the difference between the indoor football and regular football?
Yeah, so indoor football, it's 8-on-8 football. It's very high-paced. It's extremely high-scoring, very physical. And so right where you see the Orlando Magic play, we actually play in that building as well. So it's going to be very fast-paced, a lot of high-scoring, and just a great brand of fast, physical football.
So another team, how was this accomplished?
Well, listen, a credit to Alan Johnson and Craig Borkin and the team here at Orlando Venues, Kia Center, of course, under the leadership of Mayor Dyer. Always a venue that folks are interested in having their teams here, their events here. So no surprise that we were able to bring a new indoor football team and league back into the venue.
I know we had the Predators in the past, right? Or which team we had in the past?
Predators, yeah. Well, I think, obviously an iconic franchise here in this community for many years. The Predators were here for quite some time, and over the last couple of years, we've had a little bit of a transition. So now having a new ownership group and a new name and logo and team, it's great that we'll have indoor football here back in Orlando.
So the impact for the community, I mean, I know they were talking about they want to recruit locals and, even a dance team.
Yeah, I was excited, of course, to hear that family affordable tickets. I think when you're looking for products that are going to be for the benefit of the residents of this community, it's music to our ears when you hear of an ownership group coming in talking about how families of 4 or 5 big families can come, and it's very affordable, and I'm sure it'll be a great entertainment package.
So officials there earlier today saying tickets start under $20. So a good, fun way to spend an afternoon there. As again, games start at the end of March. They will have 7 home games for that season at Kia Center. So something else to look forward to. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.